1, 2. 1, 2. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to awake everybody with a 1-hour speech. No worry. It will be very quick, 5 minutes maximum. That's what was given to me. So thank you very much to all of you to be here today. I'm really very, very happy to start and to welcome you for this conference, this 21st annual conference of INACH this year in Malaga. What a great location for this conference, and I hope that you did enjoy Malaga yesterday and that you will enjoy Malaga today and the days after. Maybe you stay over for the weekend. So thanks for the staff of INACH who did a great job for almost 1 year to organize this event. And first, thanks to our supporters, of course, the European Commission all year long, and especially for this event, and particularly the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers. Thanks to Google, TikTok. You see the topic today is building bridges. Yes, we build bridges with NGOs, with all the civil society, but also with the different partners in our environment, and of course with governmental organization, with government, and thanks to the Andalusian government, so Google, TikTok, Andalusian government, and thanks for your partnership. We appreciate it. It's very important. Thanks for your commitment to help us in our mission fighting online hate. And finally, of course, the Movimiento contra la Intolerancia. Valentin, I hope I said it well. I'm training for at least 2 months. Thanks for the job. It's a stressful job, complicated. We know you did, and your team, and particularly Sonia, did a lot of work, and you did it. You wanted to do it for many years, and we are very, very, very happy. Finally, thank you for the speakers and panelists who are going to be here today. And of course, as I said when we started, thanks to all of you. INACH is now, and each year expanding. We have 34 members, 27 countries, almost all the continents. We provide trainings, we monitor online hate speech, we advocate for a safe democratic online space, we are involved in many European and international projects. We collaborate with institutions, EU institutions, social media platforms, NGOs. In one word, we dedicate our strength to bring the online in line with human rights. And as I said, for this conference, we wanted to focus, because it is so important in our fight, on building new bridges to have impact, more impact in our shared struggles against hate online. So we will start with a great keynote by Ms. Carmen Giron-Thomas that you will be introduced later. And thank you, of course, to be here. And then we will follow up with a topic which is, in a way, rather new. As you know, all of you, those past years, a significant milestone has been achieved at the European level, the enactment of the DSA, the Digital Service Act. No? There's a change? So, okay, yes, I was not aware of the change. I arrived at 1:30 a.m. in the morning, so that must be the reason. But I know that you are going, and thank you very much to be with us. So, if there's no change on this, we will have the, we will have the American view with Lisa Klingwell, who is team leader on combating hate speech and hate crime at the European Commission. No change? Sorry? Okay, so in any way, what we need to learn today and to speak together, it's on the impact of the new different legislation, and what is also the impact of the DSA, which is huge for us, on foreign legislation related to combating online hate speech. So we will have the opportunity in this conference to discuss these policies, and if there's no change, Heidi Beige, co-founder of our American partner Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, will talk to us about policy developments in the US. Then a topic which is of course very important, and that I fear we will have to speak about it almost at every conference, is artificial intelligence and algorithm. How does AI influence the moderation of hateful content? What role do algorithms play in the dissemination of online hate speech? We will try to understand what happened, what can do the legislation, what can we do, each of us, to shape a better future on these topics. We have an important duty with the rise of continuous online polarization, extremism, misinformation. We don't know where we are going with Twitter. What we know is that we must raise awareness among key stakeholders on combating online hate speech through advocacy and action. So yes, building bridges, this event is also a chance for us to connect with our newest members, to see what has been done by other NGOs, by governments in the field of online speech. We will also hear about innovative and initiatives and success stories that are going to, of course, help us to move forward, to initiate new projects, and to give us motivation. I hope that we will be influenced by this, and I believe that this conference will be for many of you the beginning of new project and of new bridge built together. So, you know that we have organized, in order to build these bridges, many conversations which are new at this event. I think it's a great idea, and again, thanks to the organizer at INACH and the Movimento for organizing that. It was not easy. So I hope you will participate in all these numerous discussions, and of course that you are going to have a great conference and enjoy it. Let's work now. Valentin, I give you the floor so you can present for the second welcome yourself and our very special guest. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you very much for coming. We're running a little bit out of time, so we have to change a little bit the program because we have two ladies here that have to go soon. So please, Ruth Sarabia is the, let's say in that way, the ministry of the province, of the inclusion minister of in the province. It's not exactly like that, but it's the person who is in charge of the social inclusion in the regional government. Ruth, whenever you want.
Thank you, Valentin. Good morning to everyone. Representing the regional government of Andalusia, I would like to welcome to Malaga to the International Network Against Cyber Hate. We recognize the role of INACH, leading the network of 32 members from 28 countries within the EU, working also globally to combat cyber hate using a holistic approach that combines monitoring, content removal, educational methods, international cooperation, advocacy, and cutting-edge technologies. Malaga is a Mediterranean city, 33,000 years old, the largest European city closer to Africa, a mix of cultures, and a permanent path for migrants and refugees. A city and a province where the new citizens and anyone is always welcome to live in peaceful harmony, respecting each other. Before my position in the regional government, I have been leading the municipal social inclusion department in the city hall more than 20 years. First as the general director, and the last period as an elected councillor, and I can proudly affirm that our local policy was based in good governance, promoting cultural diversity, religious pluralism, strengthening the conviviality, preventing violent extremism, and building religion. We founded the first municipal office on equal treatment and against hate in collaboration with Movimiento contra la Intolerancia, where we offer personalized assistance to victims of different types of hurt. Now we must also focus our inclusive policies, building new partnerships aligned with the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also count on the support of the International Training City Center for Authorities and Leaders, CIFAL Málaga, attached to the UN agency UNITAR. We must stand in solidarity with other local and regional leaders and communities who defend, promote, and protect the rights of their communities, minorities, disabled, LGBTI, migrants, and others who seek support. For the regional government, we have the firm commitment to speak out regularly and constantly against all forms of discrimination, disinformation, intolerance, hate, violence, and extremism, sending a clear and consistent public message of being as an inclusive and welcoming city and region. Recognizing that public safety and well-being begins with the inclusion at the local and regional level, and that inclusivity is the foundation for effective prevention and response. Keep investing in building trust with and between communities so there are established connections when hate or extremism emerge or polarization rise, recognizing that authentic trust relationships with communities are essential for rallying support in moments of crisis, for addressing discriminatory, historical, or structural legacies or injustice, and building long-term community cohesion and resilience. We are promoting transparency and pursuing open dialogue between authorities, civil society, communities, to understand people's lived realities and aspirations too, including by creating safe spaces for difficult conversations among the local population. We are investing too more resources in campaigns in primary and secondary schools to inform about hate crimes, about discrimination, training and sensibilization for youth and avoid to intolerance in the classes, in the school. We have already published the first manual, the first guide about hate crimes in Andalusia. So any citizen can know what to do in any vulnerable situation. Moreover, tomorrow, on Friday, we will host the Regional Congress on LGBTI, where one of the main nexus is the fight against hate crimes. At the end of the year, too, knowing the important role of the media and social media, too, we will begin a concrete action to aware the citizens, bringing relevant and famous people speaking out and saying no to the hate crimes. To conclude, we have to increase cooperation with national and international partners, as you, to ensure that the voices of cities and their community are reflected in national, regional, and international policy frameworks aimed to reduce the threats posed by hate, extremism, and polarization. Building cooperation with network and partners is crucial to elevate and enhance our role leading the prevention and response to hate, extremism, polarization, safeguarding local democracy. And I hope, too, you have some time to explore our beautiful city, not only work. So I hope you enjoy these days here in Malaga and have a very good day today. Bye and see you soon.
Thank you very much, Ruth. It's always it's very clear, and I can assure that everything is I mean, not only true, but it's more than that. I mean, with the relationship that we NGO and her has as an institution it couldn't be perfect. So it's excellent. Well, as I've been telling you before, we are running out of time, and we have to shift a little bit because we now have the special prosecutor on hate crime and hate speech of the province of Malaga, which is Maite. He has to leave because he has a trial at 10, so we need to change. Just to say that it's important to you to know that Spain has has created a special office for hate crime in the prosecutor office. So we have 52, one per province. They are coordinated by a Supreme Court judge and prosecutor, and it's important for us to have this contact because it's the best way to make the reports. The prosecutor works in reality because he knows about the law, of course, as a prosecutor, but also because he has sensibility on the matter, and he's always willing to look ways to impulse the cases and to protect the victims. So, Maite, whenever you want.
Thank you, Valentin. Good morning. I would like to thank not only Valentin, but Movement Against Intolerance, because they are really a pioneer in Spain in the fight against hate crimes, and also the INACH for having me here today. It's a pleasure. And also I would like to welcome you to Malaga. I'm born here. I've developed almost all my career here, so I'm proud of my city, and I hope you have the time to enjoy it. Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. I'm always moved when I talk about that article that I'm sure you all know. It was after a time where a spiral of violence and terror that began by singling out those who were different and making enemies of our fellow human beings, that ended in a war that devastated the whole world as we know it, and that made it necessary to create the UN and this declaration. And what I like very much about the article is that this is not just a command that comes from outside. You must behave. Not it says, if you look at your inner core, at your conscience, you will realize that we are all brothers and sisters, because there are no races. It's just the human race. So if that idea that all human beings are equally worthy is the fundamental principle in our pyramid of laws, hate crimes, because they attack that very fundamental principles, are the main cancer of our society, and so must be tackled and must be fought against. And when we talk about hate crimes, you know, we talk about any kind of offense that affects a person of their property because of some discriminatory motive. But in history we see that in order to hate crimes to exist, very often we need hate speech to create that breeding ground that favors a climate conducive to the commission of hate crimes. So experience has shown that hate speech, and in these days we talk about cyber hate because it's the main way where it is distributed, is the seed for hate crimes. Hate speech, propaganda against certain groups empowers the perpetrators, make them feel that they are entitled to do harm because, well, in some way, because all the reasons and the information they have, those victims are not worth it. They deserve the harm. So we need to empower the victim, just to tell them the other message, that obviously we are worthy, that we have rights, that they don't have to suffer from harm, from discrimination, and they need to feel secure, safe, and dignified. So is that why it's so important to fight also against hate speech? That is an idea that comes from the United Nations. You know, in the Article 4 of the Convention of Elimination of Racial Discrimination, they already said that all the states party condemn all propaganda on organizations based on ideas or theories of superiority of one race, and that every member state shall declare an offense punishable by law or dissemination of ideas based on racial superiority or hatred. I won't bore you with reading the whole article, but also if we go at a level of Council of Europe, the case law by the European Court of Human Rights has an abundant number of cases where they already said, okay, freedom of expression is a main right, is also in the core of our democratic system, but it should never serve to attack the dignity of another person, and so it has to be limited. So there are abundant cases. And also we have at a European Union level the framework decision 913 of 2008 that states that every member state should make as a punishable conduct to publicly inciting to violence or hatred against a group of persons, defined by reference to race, color, religion, descent, or ethnic origin, and also to publicly condoning, denying, or grossly trivializing crimes of genocide. The truth, however, this is the theory, is that I had the pleasure and the honor to be a part of the Committee of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and so we examined the laws of so many countries. Many times they didn't have the laws that supposed to have against hate speech, against propaganda, against this kind of crime. But also sometimes even when they have the laws, and I have teach many other prosecutors all over Europe, they may have very good laws that are dead paper because no one enforces them, no one uses them, so no one prosecutes this claim of conduct, also because no one reports them, because there's such a huge gap between the judiciary and reality of society or the victims, especially if we talk about vulnerable victims. So it's great that we are talking today about building bridges. I see here some colleagues from Guardia Civil in Malaga, who I work very fondly with because we have such a good rapport. I work very well also with Movimiento contra la Intolerancia. It's a great way to know what's happening and what are the victims suffering. And so it's great also to know that INACH exists and helps to make this connection and to bring things up. So what a prosecutor does, or what is a prosecutor talking to you today? Well, our Constitution says our mission is to promote the action of justice in defense of legality, citizens' rights, and the public interest protected by law. So prosecutors ensure that the law is applied. And in this case of hate crimes, where the victim, as I said, is sometimes vulnerable or in a situation of exclusion, is a very important task because we act ex officio. So no matter how we know that a crime has been committed, a hate crime or hate speech crime, we have to act. We have to investigate it, and if we prove it really happened, we have to prosecute it. When fighting hate speech, we have different tools. You have many of them. You know really the cyberspace much better than I do. But prosecutors, we only have the law. And in the case of Spain, all these mandates by the UN and the European Union were really fulfilled, because we have Article 510 that says that a penalty of from 1 to even 6 years and a half of imprisonment may happen to those who directly or indirectly foster, promote, or incite hatred, hostility, discrimination, or violence against a group, a part of thereof, against a certain person for belonging to such a group, and for reasons of racism, anti-Semitism, ideology, religions, beliefs, ethnicity, race, nation, illness, disability, sexual orientation, gender. So you see, and also we punish those who publicly deny or seriously trivialize the genocide. So you see, as compared to other legislations, or even to previous Spanish legislation, it's a great article. I have a great tool to do my job, because really the number of things that can be punished to directly and indirectly to incite to not only violence, but also hate, but also discrimination, well, almost no one could escape if the really hate speech crime has been committed. And also the grounds of discrimination is a numerous clauses list, but it's a very long list. But though it's a great tool, and just last week we had, we knew that in Melilla, in a city also in Andalusia, well, it's in Africa, but it belongs to Spain, a number of people were condemned to a sentence to 2.5 years of imprisonment because they used the Facebook community page in order to start to exchange messages related to what we call menas, is unaccompanied foreign minors of North African origin, telling them they were rats, they were scum, that they were responsible for all the crimes in the city, and so that they should expel them violently. So we used that article and the prosecutor there, thanks to also the action of an NGO in Melilla that helps migrants, so make the investigation, make the indictment, and in the end they were sentenced. But also I have to talk about the challenges of our job and also our laws, because at the same time that this regulation has served to curb hate speech, also it may be a bit tricky. It may pose a number of issues, because we are seeing, for instance, with concern that in practice the crime of hate speech is being used as a political weapon. Different stakeholders, interlocutors, they denounce other members of the government, of the opposition, relevant people, and say that they have committed a hate crime, when maybe we are talking about a statement that may be controversial or reprehensible, but not a hate speech crime. So in other cases, also the fact that we prosecute hate crime can be counterproductive, because we may be giving the perpetrator that maybe has a profile in Twitter, in X, with 50 followers, because we are prosecuting him, then he gains notoriety, he gains publicity, he may so be, we maybe without wanting it to helping spread the message. So it poses a number of difficulties in our job. Because of talking about the first problem, the thing that everyone now is reporting others for hate speech. 10 years ago there wasn't any cases in Spain, and now we have hundreds. It's a problem. It may seem that like a good thing, but in the practice, when it's not about really the harmful hate speech that precedes hate crime, that puts in danger the coexistence and the communities, because if everything is hate speech, nothing is hate speech. So the concept starts to trivialize and to denaturalize itself. And also we encounter problems when we analyze the wording of this statement. Talking about an issue that has happened very often. For instance, I'm a woman. There might be someone in X that's saying with 100 followers, all women are ugly, bad, and stupid. Okay, that's insulting. So we should say it's a hate speech because we take the law, it's inside. Maybe. But what happens if we find a web page or a digital newspaper that apparently is neutral? It's not a political one or opinion of one person that says, it is proved, and we have 2 studies by Harvard University, that since women became equal in rights to men, the civilization has started to decline. That the salaries are worse, that there are more illness, and so that we will extinct because we no longer can be in a world where men are equal. That sounds stupid, but it's happening. And if it gives you data and statistics that are fake, you have no way to check it, or you don't know that you can check it, in the end it can create a much harmful effect to the communities affected. So it happens very often with migrants and with foreign people, especially if in countries that have a problem with migration. You may have a lot of web pages and digital newspapers that are relating with fake news, with fake data, with made-up statistics that migrants are criminals. And it really is much more ideal to make a harm and to create a climate of hostility that some derogatory words considered itself. So in order to decide where to prosecute or not, whether something is protected by the right of expression that you know should allow people to make statements that shock, offend, or disturb, our values. We, Prosecutor, are using lately the protocol of Rabat, that, as you know, makes a number of criteria in order to decide related to the context, if really what is said is likely to incite discrimination or hostility or violence, the speaker's position or status, the intent, so recklessness or negligence are not considered as a crime, the content, the form, the style, the nature of the argument, and also the reach of the speech, the size of the audience, and finally, the incitement of the likelihood to include imminence. So with these criteria, we are trying to make an approach, taking a step back and see the bigger picture, not exactly of the wording of the statement, but really of the harm it can make. In short, the internet has meant for our civilization an immense world of possibilities and undeniable advantages. We can communicate in real time with people on different continents. We can exchange valuable information. We have the access to sources of knowledge that were hidden just 20 years ago. So we should be better and wiser because of the internet, and we should be happier, and in many ways we are. But as has happened with other great inventions, it can also be used for evil, and specifically to spread messages that generate enmity between people, and that requires us to be brave, to be sensible, to be careful, and to be strong, because very often, and I think maybe it happened to you too, when you fight against hate speech, you will be the target of that hate speech. But it's a good fight, so it is worth it. We must not forget that criminal law is just the last resort. So if I may say, it's really a failure of civilization. What we need to find, and for that you are in ideal position, is formulas that eliminate cyber hate based on education in values of the rule of truth and respect. In that sense, since your field of action and your capabilities go far beyond the fight against hate crime at the judicial level, which will be my role, I would therefore again finish by thanking you for your work and encouraging you to continue your efforts to achieve a cyberspace free of hate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maite, for your presentation, your speech. It's always very clear, very interesting. And I can guarantee you that how can I say, for us, it's crucial in our struggle against hate crime and hate speech, and to protect victims, to the relationship with Maite, because she has a lot of sensibility, and life is completely different with her when it comes to the struggle on hate crime and on hate speech. Thank you very much. Thanks to you. Well, suppose that I should give you the welcome now, because we did this mess of changing scene because we're running a little bit out of time. I'm going to be just short because my colleague Esteban Ibarra, which is the president of the MCI, my organization, asked me, please, to welcome you. To say that for us it's really crucial, this conference, and our relationship with INACH is just more than 2 decades already. I met Ronald and Suzette in Cordoba in 2004, I think. And it's like a love at first thing, I would say, with both of them. So we immediately entered to be part of INACH, so more than 2 decades already struggling together against hate speech online. I was mentioning Esteban because it's important in order to understand what is MCI, because I could describe our projects, our the typical thing, our activities, but I think it's better to understand going to the origin of the organization. The origin of the organization was the resistance against Franco regime. The mother and father founders of the MCI was young people in the 70s who was fighting against Franco regime. They were tortured for that. They were represaliated. And then in the 80s, there were a moment in the history they meet with a lady who was a former survivor of the concentration camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau. She was a survivor. And you know, the confluence of these two visions in some ways shape what we are now at the thing that how we think, and shape the conceptual framework and the philosophical framework in which we develop all the projects, all the stuff. Malaga, of course, is maybe I exaggerating a bit, but then I could be agreeing that this is a kind of free territory of hate. I mean, the diversity here is quite big. I mean, it's like a microcosmos of the European Union because there are a lot of European people retired here in the province. The gay community is very open, the Roma community as well, the Jewish community, they don't have problems. So I think this is a very, very well place to live if you want to show your identity to the world. No? There were a campaign of the City Hall some years ago that said something like, if you are in Malaga, you are from Malaga. It was made in the framework of all the xenophobic populism growing out around Europe. So this kind of message made by a public institution was, crucial. I don't want to forget to say hello, to welcome Esteban. Esteban is commander of the intelligence service of the Civil War, also an ally in our struggle. You know, to have good relationship with the police and, you know, intelligence service in order to tackle hate groups, hate speech, hate crimes, etc. is crucial for us, so welcome. He will be in a boat, so you can interact to them. And maybe it's interesting to show how is the relationship with this an intelligence service and the civil society, which I think is not so not so common, but we have it, and we have we've been working together quite a lot. And I think this was very efficacious thing. So nothing for my part. I want to introduce Carmen Girón, which is our partner in the Ministry of Inclusion, the Spanish Ministry of Inclusion. They play our important role in this struggle. Sometimes we fight with them, sometimes we get mad, but we love each other quite much. So we are cooperating quite a lot. Even though it's not a perfect relationship, we will say in that way, but it's like a couple, you know. We have crises and good stuff. So I'm glad that Carmen is here. So nothing more for me. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed the conference and welcome. So Carmen, whenever you want, please. I'm sorry, but Carmen has left the room. She's coming. Hopefully. She seems to be coming. Okay, she's here.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of Spanish Observatory for Racism and Xenophobia, OVERAXE, that belongs to the Secretariat of State for Migration in the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migrations. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to participate in this essential and very relevant Congress. we would like to share with you the actions that we are developing in Overacce in relation to the prevention and for combating the hate speech on social networks. In relation to the words of precedent speakers, we would like to share with you that how we are doing in Spain. We are working with special tools, and we can say with you that in Spain there is a very good bridge that is working. This bridge is specifically the interinstitutional agreement for preventing and combating racism, xenophobia, LGBTI phobia, and other forms of intolerance. We are working on that interinstitutional agreement with working groups, and one of that working group is specifically devoted to hate speech. And if we mention any specific tool that can be very effective for us, this is the protocol for combating illegal hate speech online. This protocol was presented in our Secretariat of State for Migration on last March 2021, and we are working with that in a very specific way and in line with the European Commission. One of the main aspects or points that we can underline according to this protocol is that in Spain we have fixed a national contact point for maintaining the relationship with the platforms, internet platforms and hosted providing services in social media. Why we are speaking about it? Because for us, this is the way in which we can contribute to making bridges again among institutions and also organizations of social organizations, and also with the platforms of internet. Coming back to the interinstitutional agreement, we will also to underline that this is composed of public administrations with ministries, and also with the General Prosecutor's Office, with the representation of the organizations of victims for hate crimes. We think that this is a very good point for us, because we are also establishing a special relationship with European Commission through the projects. In the case of Overacce, we are coordinating on a project named Real App. We are using an algorithm for detecting and for analyzing the hate speech related to racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, anti-Islam on social networks. We are using a very high profile and accurate algorithm for that purpose. Apart from that, we are working with an advisory group that is composed by specific representatives from the organizations and victims of hate speech, and Ministry of Interior through National Office Against Hate Crimes on DOT, and University of Valencia, University of Barcelona, and also a consultancy devoted to the management of diversity. And we explain to you this because this is a complementary activity that we develop through our work for monitoring speech online every day. After the COVID pandemic in 2020, we start working on social networks for evaluating the hate speech against Asian population. And arising from the results obtained with that monitoring, we continue our working, but spreading out the object of that monitoring with anti-racist and xenophobic and also anti-immigration speech. So we think that this is really a quite important point. In Spain, we are only the only one institution, public institutions, we are doing this specific work. All the results you can find because we publish in bimensual newsletter through our website, and this can be also quite interesting for supporting all the work that our colleagues from the interinstitutional agreement are doing, and also we think for sharing knowledge in all this our community. And apart from that, we will also to underline, and it is in line with the Digital Service Act, the special training that we are developing with trusted flaggers. Precisely nearly 2 weeks ago, on last 20 September, jointly our ministry with European Commission, we organized an updating course for trusted flaggers for monitoring hate speech online in the premises of Madrid. And we think that this is the way for trying to get up the awareness and conscientiousness on these matters. And besides, of course, we can tell you anything or extra information. On next week, we are going to organize, is going to take place, the high-level group for combating hate crimes and hate speech in Madrid. We hope that we can obtain also very good results, because there is under analysis all things that we are doing in the interinstitutional framework and in collaboration with the organization of social civil society. And apart from that, on last 4th July was approved by Council of Ministers the strategic framework for inclusion and citizenship against racism and xenophobia Horizon 2027. We think that it is a very good point, because it is included in a special line of action devoted to hate speech. And finally, well, we would like to say with you that again, once more, thank you for this invitation. We are at your disposal for giving you all the extra information that you can need from us, and even for cooperating with in the framework of the activity of OverAxe. With our best wishes for this conference, and for obtaining good results for doing possible a better harmonization in our society, and to live in harmony in our society. So thank you very much to the organizers.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Tamás Berec. I'm the general manager of INACH. Many of you already know me. And on behalf of INACH Secretariat, I would like to welcome all of you here in beautiful Malaga. I would like to thank Valentin and MCI for organizing the event, and I would also like to thank the European Commission for their support and our sponsors, Google and TikTok, for sponsoring this event. We will have a minor change now because we have Heidi Bayrick logging in from the US. So Luisa will be right after her, and Heidi will be talking about the developments in the US beyond the EU, and she will be logging in online. So we will need a few minutes, I guess, to patch her in. In the meantime, I will introduce her a bit more. So she is an expert on the American and European far right, including white supremacist, anti-Semitic, anti-immigrant, anti-government, and other extremist movements. She co-founded GPAHE, Global Project Against Hate and Extremism in 2020, to monitor and counter increasingly transnational hate movements, particularly in areas of the world where capacity is limited to combat far-right movements that threaten human rights and democracy. Hi, Heidi. Okay, we can hear you, but only on the laptop. Just a second.
¿Cómo hago para compartirlo ahí? Para que se vea, para que se escuche. Ah, vale.
Is it working now?
Sí, el volumen está a 42, ¿lo subo más? Lo voy a enchufar y desenchufar. Can you try to speak again, please? Está al máximo ahora. ¿A qué te refieres, perdón? No sé cómo mirar eso. I can want the headphone, maybe. Okay, can you try now again, please?
Yeah, is that better?
Great, welcome again, and you can start. Thank you for your patience.
Now we can hear you, Heidi.
Okay, excellent.
Is this volume?
Are you ready?
Yes? Okay.
You-
Okay. Please speak again.
Are you ready for me now? Okay. Hey everyone! Oh, I'm so sorry I'm not there. I so wanted to be there. It's just terrible. All right, you all are ready for me to talk? I'm just gonna share my screen real quick here. Oh, can you guys allow me to share my screen? It says it's disabled. The host disabled it. Yeah. It still says host disabled. Yeah. I can do it now. I got it. I got it. All right. Can you see it? Okay, excellent. Everyone, I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so sad not to be in Malaga with you all because I love Enoch and everyone who's there. I'm just going to give a little rundown on the situation in the United States first, regarding tech accountability, which is a very different situation than in the European Union. So let me start by saying I'm Heidi Bayrick. I'm the co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism. We do a whole lot of work exposing far-right actors, extremists, hate groups, and so on. And part of our project centers specifically on the tech space and what is happening there. We do, as everybody in Enoch does, a lot of reporting of ugly things that are on the internet to the companies and lobbying for policy. And I'm happy to talk to anybody about the work of GPAHE offline, but today I'm here to give you an update on what's happening in the United States, which is sort of a sorry situation. Let me start with some good news coming out of the United States. A few of the states, California in particular, have actually passed privacy protections, which is a rare thing in the United States. Like I said, it's just in a few states, but it's a good thing. It's a little bit like some of your privacy protections on cookie settings that exist in the European Union and have for a while. There has also been recently some voluntary moves by the White House to secure safeguards around artificial intelligence. There was a recent agreement made among the big tech companies and the Biden administration to promise to have transparency around AI, certain protections around AI, to use AI for good things and not for bad things. We'll see how this plays out ultimately. As I said, it's only voluntary, but at least it's something. When Biden was elected in 2020, and the Congress here in the U.S. was run by Democrats, there was a whole lot of proposed legislation related to tech issues, protections for children, a national privacy bill possibly. We have something called Section 230 here in the U.S., which allows tech companies to not have liability for things posted on their systems. And there were some attempts to put forward bills in the United States that would carve out certain protections for civil rights from Section 230. There was also discussion about antitrust cases. At the end of the day, none of this has happened. None of the legislation has moved forward. Even very simple things such as giving access to data on the tech companies. And the reasons for that are twofold. One, in the United States, unlike in most EU countries, we have something called the First Amendment, which quote unquote protects free speech. And it has been a barrier towards doing any kind of regulation when it comes to hate speech. And the other reason nothing has happened is that the tech companies have spent incredible amounts of money here lobbying to kill these bills. And from their perspective, it's most important to stop advances, anything that would look like, for example, the DSA in the United States, because this is where many of them are located, and they want the rules to work in their favor. So it's been sort of a tragic situation in Congress where nothing has been able to pass, even transparency, which wouldn't involve speech issues. None of this stuff has been able to pass. So I'm going to now tell you about all the sort of terrible things that have been happening in the United States when it comes to tech accountability. We've had some terrible court rulings here. One recently, which has not gone to the Supreme Court yet, but it's a federal ruling, meaning it applies in many places, that blocks administration officials from talking to big tech about everything from medical disinformation, online hate, lies. They have literally been forced to sever their contacts, even where they were just conversations about things they were seeing online that were troubling. They're not allowed now to speak at all with the tech companies because of this ruling. So this has ended a pipeline for trying to highlight harmful material online. I think it's most disturbing in terms of the medical information end of things, because the lies about vaccines and all kinds of other stuff are just proliferating, and now the administration can't put any pressure on those companies to try to clean that stuff up. Also, because of our very partisan situation here in the United States, we have a couple of situations in states that are run by Republicans, in particular Florida and Texas, where at the state level, laws were passed banning content moderation. The reason for this is Republicans believe, generally, that content moderation systems around hate speech are being used to censor their views, and they don't want that to happen. And the reason for that is because, unfortunately, in the United States, our conservative party engages in some terrible speech against immigrants in particular, the LGBTQ community, and they want those things to be posted online. They don't want them to be taken down. It's not just about elected officials, it's also about the conservative movement here in the United States, which has been quite terrible about spreading things like the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, other conspiracies like QAnon, and a lot of medical disinformation in particular about the LGBTQ community, specifically the trans community. So Florida and Texas passed laws that say that you can't content moderate information on tech company platforms. In other words, trying to impose the First Amendment on the tech companies and tell them what they can and cannot host. Those cases are now going to the Supreme Court. They'll be decided in the next year or so. Most people's feeling is that the Texas and the Florida laws will be stricken down because a company like Meta or Twitter has the right to determine what's on their systems, just like any other corporation should be able to make those decisions. But we'll see, because conservatives here have been rallying for some time against, what they call online censorship. So this may be a threat to content moderation, ultimately, at least within the United States. We also have a situation in which Republicans are basically attacking the tech companies in other ways, trying to drag them into Congress, not to talk about how to get less hate speech on their platforms, but to ask them why they aren't allowing that kind of speech on their platform. This is a press release from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who has been investigating, as it says here, recommendation systems, which he believes are being used to, remove information that conservatives want to have out there, whether that's on immigrants, the LGBTQ community, etc. So this is another way that tech companies are being pressured not to content moderate. There's also been some investigations by our Federal Trade Commission into the tech companies. This is an administrative agency, part of the presidential administration, that has a Democratic majority on the board, and they have been looking at how various systems work, transparency, collusion, and the Republicans, again, who control the House here in the United States, have been trying to get the FTC to back off on those investigations. They don't want them to happen. We also have a situation here in the United States where people who investigate disinformation online and hate online are under incredible pressure from conservative forces. This news story here is about Nina Jankowicz, who is a very renowned disinformation researcher. And last year, the Department of Homeland Security, part of Biden's administration, created a board to look into disinformation. And that board was quickly attacked. The Biden administration dissolved it within a few weeks under these attacks from the right. And Jankowicz became completely demonized by conservatives. She was harassed online, making arguments that she's a liar, she's targeting conservatives. This whole plan is not about disinformation, but it's about how to stop Republicans from winning the presidency. Former President Trump was involved in these attacks on Jankowicz. It's a very tragic story, and she had to basically disappear from the public eye for some time as a result of being targeted in this way. And the administration, I think, in a cowardly manner, abandoned the effort to look at this kind of information. There was a story recently, this is the headline in the Washington Post about this. It talked about what happened to Nina, but it was actually a larger article about the fact that people who do work on hate and disinformation, where they're using federal funds. So this is usually academics working at places like the Stanford Internet Observatory or the Stern Center at New York University. The Republican Party has, especially the House Oversight Committee in the House of Representatives, which is headed by a guy named Jim Jordan, who currently is trying to become the Speaker of the House after all the turmoil here. They have started subpoenaing individual researchers for all of their emails when they're using government funds or working at a university with the tech companies. They're investigating these people so much to the point that some universities are abandoning this kind of research. Many of them have had to get personal lawyers because the university lawyers are not representing their interests, but rather those of the university. And the whole field of disinformation research in academia is under serious assault and may not survive what is happening right now with these GOP attacks. A notable example of this is that Joan Donovan, who's there in the middle, who's one of our probably most illustrious dis and misinformation researchers here in the United States, also does a lot of work on hate speech. Well, she headed the Shorenstein Center at Harvard for quite a few years, and Harvard just basically kicked her out and shut the program down. She's found a home at Boston University, but this is an example of how political pressure is having a real effect on these things in universities in particular. The other kind of harassment that is occurring has to do with Elon Musk. He has recently sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which is a nonprofit that does work like a lot of us do, pointing out hateful material online, medical disinformation. They did a lot of work around anti-vax movements. He sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate over their activities. So they are now facing a legal effort to be able to continue doing their work. And they're going to have to pay a lot of money to lawyers to fight this case. And it's obviously an example of Musk just trying to chill the kind of work that my organization and many of our organizations here in INACH do on his platform. And it's a very terrible trend. He is threatened as well to sue the Anti-Defamation League. And the Center for Countering Digital Hate isn't just facing this threat from Elon now in the courts. They have been subpoenaed by Jim Jordan, this guy in the House of Representatives who runs the Oversight Committee, and he wants to see all of their conversations, emails, texts, whatever, with the tech companies. So this is a second legal battle that CCDH is having to fight with conservatives. And I think it's made a lot of people who do this work in this space in the US worry considerably. Am I going to be the next one to be sued? Am I going to be the next one to be hauled in front of a congressional committee? So I already mentioned what's happening with the Anti-Defamation League, which I think for many years was part of INACH. Musk has targeted them with some real terrible stuff, not to mention all of his pushing of anti-Semitism and hate in general, and basically is blaming the ADL for dropping ad sales, and because they expose hate on the platform, and then companies don't want to put their money there, and Elon is threatening to sue them for loss of business. That hasn't happened yet and may not happen, but it's just another example of how people who do this research are facing pressures here in the United States that would frankly be unimaginable in the European Union. The other result of all this is that Elon has turned Twitter, and I know everybody here knows this, into, essentially a hate site. There's so much harmful content on there. There's so little content moderation happening that it makes the work of getting this kind of material off of the site hard. And he seems to be basically telling the European Union, the German government, that he's not going to comply with new rules or rules around hate speech. I don't know how this is all going to play out. But the fact of the matter is that he has shut down, basically the Trust and Safety Council. He has fired people who watch the site for electoral misinformation. Many of us, I'm sure many of you there in the hall who try to report things to Twitter don't know, is anybody looking at this stuff? The only person I still have contact with at Twitter is Nick Pickles. Everybody else that I used to work with and, domestic coalitions here that worked with Twitter, they're all gone. They've all left the site. And I think that this has created, in general, a much lower bar for hate and extremism on all of the platforms, because they have watched what Musk has done, seen him cut costs aggressively, and watched him weather criticism for all of this and just continue on, right? It doesn't seem to be causing him to make a U-turn, to change his policies, to do something about it. And so the other platforms are doing the exact same thing. So Meta has cut its election teams and is being less responsive, I would argue, to complaints about hate speech lately. For those of you who have been reading the Washington Post articles about what's happening in India, it's clear that, disinformation and hate is rife there. And this situation is quite fraught because outside of the European Union and maybe the UK with its new bill, most of the world doesn't have have kinds of protections from online extremism, from election disinformation, et cetera, et cetera. We have to rely on the companies to do something about it, and they're cutting teams. And in 2024, I think it's about 3 billion people are going to be voting in elections in all kinds of places, and they're going to be affected by these trends and what's happening. So to sum up the situation in the United States, it's rather dire. We are facing the possibility of the Supreme Court saying that you can't content moderate systems, which means, at least within the jurisdiction of the United States, we're going to go back to the bad old days before all these policies were put in place and these systems put in place to protect users from harmful online content. We have a Republican Party that is overtly hostile and willing to use its powers to drag nonprofits and researchers on hate and disinformation in front of committees to dig into their files, to force them into needing representation and paying a lot of money for counsel. That's a very bad situation. We already know research around disinformation is being shut down at a lot of universities under these attacks. And we have an administration that can't really talk to the companies at this point in time, except in very voluntary public ways where everyone knows who they're talking to, and legislation is essentially dead. There is no legislative effort going on. So that's what's going on from this side of the pond, and I don't know if you all want to ask some questions. I'd be happy to answer them if they're there.
Thank you, Heidi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. We are a little bit behind, so I don't think we will have time for questions, but thank you so much. And if anybody has questions, you can send them via email to us, and we will get back to you, with all the answers.
Okay, that's great. I'd love to. And again, I am so sorry I'm not there. I really hate that I'm missing you all and missing Malaga. You have a wonderful conference.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for staying up so late for us.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye, thank you. Okay, and now please welcome Luisa Klingwall, our first keynote speaker, who's a team leader on combating hate speech and hate crime in the DG Justice and Consumers. Luisa, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. We have a long-standing collaboration with INACH that we very much appreciate, and I'm very happy to be here. So all forms of hatred and intolerance are incompatible with EU values. Hate speech is not only affecting the immediate victims, but it also very much has a chilling effect on freedom of expression on anyone who wants to speak up against intolerance and basic human dignity. And this is, of course, why, as was already mentioned, we have laws in Europe, the Framework Decision on Racism and Xenophobia, that requires that incitement to violence and hatred based on essentially racist and xenophobic grounds are criminalized. But we are also concerned about other forms of hatred that affects other groups and that impacts their possibility to engage in society. So in 2021, the Commission adopted a communication which was adopted by a draft council decision proposing to extend a list of EU crimes to encompass hate speech and hate crime. This would have to be adopted unanimously by the Council, and only then would the Commission be able to propose legislation. And in that case, of course, we could... yes, I'm challenged height-wise, so I suppose an adjustment was needed. Should there be such a decision, we could extend the protection to also other grounds, which of course would be very helpful. Measures to ensure that the authors of hate speech are being investigated and prosecuted, of course also needs to be combined with action to ensure that illegal hate speech is removed in the online space so that it doesn't go viral. And it is about ensuring that what is illegal in the offline world is also illegal online. Under the Code of Conduct on countering hate speech that I believe a good few of you have engaged with in this room, we have put in place a solid monitoring system together with civil society to evaluate if the IT platforms live up to their commitments of removing or disabling access to illegal hate speech when notified to them. We've had very good overall results and developments under the Code of Conduct. The last evaluations have shown a slight slowing down in these trends, both in terms of the time of review and in the removal of, in respect of notifications. So, I mean, this is something that we definitely have to work together in collaboration, civil society and the IT platforms to address. Then, let me move to the kind of main point that I want to discuss today, which is the possible changes to the landscape that we all work in that will come with the Digital Service Act, which was published in October 2022. And this will be a significant step to have a regulatory framework to combat online hatred. It really represents an unprecedented set of enforceable rules on accountability for online platforms, for illegal content, and the protection of fundamental rights of the users. So this balance is very important to always maintain. So it will require platforms to put in place, for instance, a notice and action system so that they can react to notifications from users on illegal content. But it also recognizes the role of the very large platforms as the new town square. So very large online platforms are essentially those with more than 45 million users in Europe. So far, I believe 19 of these platforms have been designated under the DSA. To deal with the role that these platforms have, they don't have to only respond to notices and action mechanisms. They also have to assess and mitigate systemic risks on their platforms. And systemic risks includes the risk of spread of illegal content, including illegal hate speech, but also negative effects on fundamental rights. These very large online platforms also have to establish a crisis response mechanism that will allow them to adapt swiftly and efficiently when you have a sudden crisis that affects public security or public health. So what is the role for civil society in all of this? I think that the role for civil society to enforce the DSA effectively could potentially be very important. Firstly, their DSA contains a whole number of obligations in relation to transparency reporting and reporting by platforms on their content moderations. And this, of course, are reports that can be subject to public scrutiny, including from civil society organizations. In respect of access to researchers, I also think that there is a very strong possibility to look under the hood of the big platforms to see how the content moderation policies play out in practice. This, of course, could be extremely useful for civil society to use as a benchmark to compare the transparency reports, findings from independent researchers and your own findings in respect of compliance with the DSA. The DSA also places a prominent role and recognizes the necessity and importance of trusted flaggers. Under the DSA, online platforms have to ensure that notices from trusted flaggers that have been appointed by member states' digital service coordinators are given priority and are processed and decided on without any delay. Then, coming to the systemic risks. So how do we assess systemic risk? I mean, this I think is something that is very much occupying a lot of people's thinking at the moment. But I think one thing is clear, and that's a recital in the DSA, recital 90, which indicates that very large online platforms, where appropriate, should conduct their risk assessment and design their risk mitigation measures with the involvement of representatives of the recipients of the service, representative of groups potentially impacted by their services, and independent experts in civil society organizations. I think that this is an invitation to civil society to partake in this work. And we are thinking a lot about how to organize that in practice. Civil society organizations will, of course, also be able to file complaints if, under the scrutiny actions that they take, they come to the conclusion that they believe that a particular platform has not complied with the DSA obligations. Codes of conduct will continue to be an important tool under the DSA. I believe that the success of the Code of Conduct on hate speech very much shaped to help the DSA as well. It's showed the need for a societal discussion to feed into the regulatory ecosystem when you deal with matters as sensitive as freedom of expression and hate speech. We need representativity here. The DSA encourages the establishment of voluntary codes of conduct. It considers them as an important mitigation measures in the very large online platforms' obligations to deal with systemic risks. It also indicates that if there are significant systemic risks, the Commission may invite very large online platforms and other relevant stakeholders to participate in the drawing up of codes of conduct, including by setting out commitment to take particular risk mitigation measures. So, any of these DSA codes will have to be endorsed by the Commission and the DSA board. So essentially this could probably happen as from, say, February 2024, when we expect this board to be in place. So that would be the kind of first possible moment. A DSA code will have to fulfill a number of requirements. It needs to set up specific objectives. It has to contain key performance indicators to measure the achievement of those objectives and take account to the needs and interest of all parties, including citizens. So, where do we stand in all of this? Well, of course, being in charge of the Code of Conduct on hate speech, we are looking now how can we update and scale up the collaboration under the code to turn this into a really, really good gold standard DSA product. We are working with the IT companies and discussing right now how we can do that. I think that the real novelty that we are looking at is to bring the code from what is now, especially in terms of the monitoring, very much a kind of ex post assessment. We look at what happens, are the platforms responsive to notifications of illegal content. I think in the future we would like to see this code also channeling exactly this recital 90 dialogue between civil society and the online platforms on systemic risks. So it should be the place where these, where we have a process to deal with this discussion. And we will discuss this matter further next week in the high-level group in Madrid. Moving forward with the code, we will, of course, also engage and involve civil society. That goes without saying. And let me stop by thanking INACH, thanking all of you here for the engagement and the determination that you all have shown, are showing, and will continue to show to work on this really, really important topic that affects us all. And I very much look forward to hearing all the interventions here today. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Louisa. It was such a great pleasure to have you here. And now we have a coffee break, which will be a little bit shorter than planned. So it will be kind of merged with the first networking event of the day. You will find booths downstairs that you have already signed up for, hopefully, for the Council of Europe, Stop Fisha, the Spanish Civil Guard, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, MCI, TILT, Panorama with Reclaim Coalition, and the Multiculti Collective. So once you get your coffees, I guess, you know, the people who have booths you can already set up and people can start mingling. Thanks.
okay. I think, yes, we might, because I know we are the last block keeping you from your lunch, so we should definitely start. Good afternoon. My name's Andrea Cox, and I have here a very interesting... Okay, I think, yes, we might, because I know we are the last block keeping you from your lunch. That's scary. So we should... AI should be scary. Not this. Good not afternoon. This technology. My name's Andrea Cox, and I have here a very interesting... Okay, I think, yes, we might, because I know we are the last block keeping you from your lunch. That's scary. So we should... AI should be scary. Not this. Good not this. In case you didn't hear me, you can listen to my voice again, you know. Here, a very interesting... Okay, yes, we might, because I know we are the last block keeping you from your lunch. That's scary. So it should be scary. Not this. Good not this. In case you didn't hear me, you can listen to my voice again, you know. Here, a very interesting... Yes, we might, because I know we are the last block keeping you from your lunch. That's scary. So shall we? Yes, perfect. Okay. Whew, that was my introduction into how good we are with technology. Anyway, we are here to talk now about AI policy and transparency of algorithms. Before we dive into this, shall we? Yes, perfect. Okay. Whew, that was my introduction into how good we are with technology. Anyway, we are here to talk now about AI policy and transparency of algorithms. Okay. Before we dive into this is how correct. That was my introduction into how good we are with technology. Anyway, we are here to talk now about AI policy and transparency of algorithms. Okay. Before we dive into this is correct. That was my introduction into how good we are with technology. We are here to talk now about AI policy and transparency of algorithms. Okay. Before we dive into this is have you ever watched Netflix or listened to Spotify? Okay, now we have to understand. All of us have used AI. We can choose not to use Alexa, Siri, Google, Home, those assistants. But all of us, if we have a bank account, apart from Tamaj, who is off the grid, now we have all of us who ever watched Netflix or YouTube, we can somehow consume Alexa, Siri, result of AI. Because they are used, AI is used everywhere. It's a question what sort of is on stage. Okay, now all of us let's discuss it Netflix now. So I just wanted to show you that this like the panel will be talking about my experts is relevant for all of us, not only for the few. It's a question what sort of is on stage. All of us let's discuss it Netflix now. So I just wanted to show you how this panel will be talking about my experts. It works all of us. As a head of advocacy and research question, what sort of is on stage. All of us let's discuss it now. So I just wanted to show you how this panel work or campaign as the head of your research question. You also joined Facebook I just wanted to have work. All right, so that's Sylvia. And then I can tell that it was true about this person. You all can read that he studied computational astronomy. Is now working as a machine learning research engineer and data scientist at the Tilt Insight. But as well, you're interested in existential philosophy. How do you know? Studied public data. You now working as a machine learning research music, you paint, data scientist. You're interested probably in everything you're interested around us. Existential philosophy, yes, and you understand machine learning. Studied public data. You now working as a machine learning music, you paint, data scientist. You're interested probably in everything you're interested in existential philosophy, yes, and you understand machine learning. Public data and articles. You now working as a machine learning music, you paint, scientist. You're interested probably in everything you're interested in existential philosophy, yes, and you understand machine learning. We decided not to use powerful PowerPoint presentation or any other screen that would take your attention from what will be said here.
Okay.
And I'll pass the floor to Sylvia.
Is it working?
We decided not to use powerful PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years regarding the topic of the panel, and more specifically, gender-based violence. Thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. Useful for the rest of I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years regarding stress as a panel, and more specifically, as Andrea was saying, thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. Useful for the rest of I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years because I am a woman, and more specifically, as Andrea was saying, thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. Useful for the rest of I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years because I am a woman, more specifically, I was already as Andrea was saying, thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. Useful for the rest of I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years because I am a woman, more specifically, I was already as Andrea was saying, thank you so much, Andrea, for the very generous presentation. It's very nice to be here. Useful for the rest of I will just start by introducing a bit more about what I've done in the past years. I am a woman, more specifically, I was already as Andrea spread like other kind of extremism. But instead of, for example, terrorism or child sexual material, gender-based violence is not seen as an urgency. So it's completely spreading around. Like other kind of extremism. But instead of, for example, terrorism or child sexual material, gender-based violence is not seen as an urgency. So it's completely spreading around. Like other kind of extremism. But instead of, for example, terrorism or child sexual material, gender-based violence is not seen as an urgency. So it's completely spreading around. Like other kind of extremism. But instead of, for example, terrorism or child sexual material, gender-based violence is not seen as an urgency. So it's completely spreading around. Like other kind of extremism. But instead of, for example, terrorism or child sexual material, gender-based violence is not seen as an urgency. So it's completely
the GDPR first and foremost,
spreading around.
but then all digital rights
like other
as citizens. And this research took to a strategic litigation which now is being implemented
is not seen as an
you can check it, of course, the stop platform, but maybe later we can discuss a bit more.
Finally, my approach, this is the approach that I will try to have in the panel, is human-centered. Destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try to have in the panel, is human-centered, how to regulate it. And this helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try to so this requires, of course, to have a more human-centered, how to regulate approach on technology. And this helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, to have a more human-centered, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, to have a more human-centered, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, how to regulate the conversation will be very fruitful. This helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes. So this requires, of course, and this helps to go beyond techno-destroy us. I don't believe that algorithms cannot be controlled, but I believe that my approach, this is the approach that I will try oftentimes.
Discourse that is happening, how we react to it. If we course, it goes hand in hand with, with more like media literacy, awareness, but at the same time, so there's another part. We also at Tilt we have also games. So at Tilt Insights, basically we look at the multiple platforms like social media platforms, YouTube, Meta, Twitter, Reddit, and then we look at starting with some keywords like like LGBTQ or which are representative of general discourses, and then we scrape everything, and then we try to see, using our in-house models, AI models basically for hate speech, threat, identity, and polarization, different type of discourses, different type of categories, like, how this discourse is taking a shape. Of course, I understand, I was also speaking to someone, I forgot her name, from Twitter, X. It is difficult. I'm also sympathizing with the fact that many times from the platform side, it is also difficult to use only AI and take down all the content, and then you would have a lot of false positives in the hate speech, right? So that means, like there might be a lot of, the model is thinking is this is hate speech, and if your bar is too high, then you take down a lot of content, but then they might not be hateful, but they might be about a satire or something that is much more nuanced, because language is one of the most beautiful things of evolution, and language is not very easy thing. There are linguistic cues. Same thing I'm saying to somebody as a joke or as a satire, and it might be actually it can be very hateful or threatening to some a particular group, depending upon social and social conditions and all the other parameters you have to take into account. So it is a very nuanced approach you have to take, not just AI models, but also you have to have moderators. Human eye is very important. So that's the most important. So we are always thinking, we are trying to make our product and our workflow, how we can work together, incorporating human insights and human vision and views, incorporating with the automation and AI and content moderation. And this is what we are working on right now. I don't want to take too much time, but more in general, the things that are at, I would say just, maybe we will come back to that later on. The most fundamental things is like bias. First thing, like what is bias? For instance, these models, like, Meta has a model. Of course, they use a model also for content moderation, for instance, but they also use, all the models are trained on a set of data, right, which are annotated, or sometimes it doesn't matter from where those data is generated, but of course it does matter, but whatever the method it is, but the biases are there, like what is hate speech or what is threat, that the model is learning based on those data, the training data. So basically it's like almost you have a kid and you are showing different examples, that kid will learn what you are showing, right? So basically the worldview of that kid will be based on all the examples that you are showing. So it is very important if the data is biased. So if the data is such that there is white supremacism, or if there is, racist mentality already incorporated, and it's very difficult. Many a times it goes through annotations, and it's very difficult to also. I'm not saying this is an easy job, right? This is a fundamental problem we all have to tackle. So bias is one of those things. So we should be thinking about it like how we can collaborate, not like fighting with each other, but more like, okay, we have the NGOs, civil society organizations, and we have the digital platforms, how we can collaborate and how we can find new ways to make the world a better place. I know it sounds a bit altruistic, but in concrete terms, it's like, okay, if you don't make, I understand imagine for instance, if Twitter makes the whole model public, right, the model they use, this is actually the biggest tool that these information spreaders would get. They would be like, okay, I'm gonna I know now the model that they use, I'm gonna make better model, right? So it's like there is always a loop that they would go beyond that. So the safer way, like for instance, still the researchers, like research organizations, they can get access, for instance, limited access to the model, test on a data set, for instance, and see what are the biases of the model that they are using, for instance, the platform is using, and how we can counteract with that. So there are multiple ways that we can maybe, I wouldn't take more time, I would let it flow naturally. I'm just improvising, right? I'm just, because, yeah, well, that's just my nature. I can't, I'm not trying to be something that I'm not.
You can do it also in songs, you know.
Oh, no. So, yeah, so let's get it flow and let's see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Also, thanks for having me on this panel today. Yeah, I will be briefly introducing the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, ISD, talk a bit about our work and also how our work relates to the topic of this session, AI policy and transparency. So ISD is an independent think tank that focuses on studying extremism in all its forms, and that is in both fringe and also mainstream online environments. That means that we study how identity-based hate can fuel supremacism and how extremism across the ideological spectrum in turn fuels hate. And that is also often by means of disseminating misleading or fabricated content, which we also usually describe as mis and disinformation. And we do so at ISD by employing a range of digital research methods that usually involves a mix of digital ethnographic approaches, but also automated data collection whenever possible, and quantitative analysis, as well as new computational social science methods such as topic modeling. And yeah, we also work with policymakers and regulatory authorities to discuss new platform regulations such as the DSA, of course, but also existing voluntary commitments by the platforms, especially looking at risk-based approaches. And yeah, the underlying approach that ISD is taking here is a human rights-based approach and the do no harm principle, as we believe that platforms do hold a responsibility when they are curating our information environments that then ultimately shape a big part of our civic discourses, but also our cultures. Yeah, and with regard to the topic of this session, which is relatively broad, so there's actually a lot of issues that fall under this topic that ISD is also looking at. I think first up, much of recent focus has been on the emergence of generative AI and large language models, which is being, I think, currently heavily discussed, and especially how these models can be or could be potentially be misused by bad actors. For example, leveraging these models to create highly persuasive yet misleading content. But at the same time, there's also an ongoing discussion in the research community on how to leverage large language models in a positive way, for example, for either improving content detection or content moderation systems, but also for the research itself, as I've mentioned, computational social science that can also rely on these models. And third, closely linked, of course, to content detection and moderation efforts is the fact that most social media platforms rely on AI-driven curation systems and use different sorts of algorithms for the recommender systems, and ISD emphasizes that the current online information environment is a hyper-personalized and curated speech environment that is often optimized for some forms of engagement metrics rather than other potential metrics that we could also discuss today. And I think it is important to note here that these machine learning models that are embedded in social media systems are often, or like if not impossible at the moment, to really fully study and understand from external researchers' perspective, but also even within platforms and platform teams who are part of the design it's important to note that it's not just a code that's there, but it's a complex socio-technical systems that directly engages with users and users' behavior and signals, and is constantly sort of developing. And yeah, it's, I think, important that, and we also try to do that at ISD, to somehow have more scrutiny over these systems and try to investigate what are the actual impact on our discourse that we have online and on the behavior. We have done so with some testing methods such as sock puppet auditing, sock puppet account auditing, which can be helpful for trying to understand the impact on different user profiles, but it also comes, of course, with limitations that we can discuss later. And I think finally, another interesting emergent discussion is about how if we see, or if there's suggestions that the current algorithmic ranking practices can be harmful or have negative consequences for our online discourses, what could be potential alternative ways of using algorithms for the discourse that we have, and to improve to improve the environment that we discuss in. And I think one such approach that's quite interesting is a bridging systems or bridging-based ranking that is also behind X community nodes at the moment, which we can also discuss afterwards, because there's some academic research done on that, and it's a way of trying to use different metrics than engagement, for example, and to optimize for other metrics that can improve the civic discourse. And yeah, I think just to finalize my comments, I think one continuous challenge, whether it's content moderation but also the content curation systems, is that there's no widely agreed process on how we decide on what do we want to optimize these algorithms for, like what are the values and norms that we want them to be reflected in. So I think it's just a complex discussion that we need to hold, normative discussion in society on what are the metrics and how should the success of algorithms be measured, and what are the trade-offs, because there will always be some trade-offs and it's never going to be neutral or straightforward. So, and I'm happy to have follow up on some of these aspects that I just mentioned with regard to what to do about recommended systems.
Thank you very much. So now we heard about your inputs about the AI, where we're not sure about it, and what we should look at, and perhaps use something new within its algorithm or its algorithms. And as you said, it's important to put, it's not just a code, it's important to put it into concrete socio-economic context. And this is what we will do with Gert, because he will tell us about his project, and he would put us all into reality, a sad reality they have been facing in their project.
Thank you, and I have 20 minutes for that. Good afternoon already. Thanks for inviting me here. It's interesting because I worked a lot with Ronald and Suzette on the Internet Center Against Racism in Europe for many, many years, and I miss them, of course. But I've never been to an INACH meeting. So, first time. I know some people around here that are also like me for a long time in the field, so it's nice to meet them. My background you described already a bit. Since '92 I work in the anti-racism movement as a director of United for Intercultural Action, and I will skip the long name. We had a main secretariat in Amsterdam, networking about 500 organizations, and important to say, not only in the European Union, but in more than 40 European countries. So I've been working a lot in Russia, in Ukraine, in a week I will be in Armenia. The Karabakh issue will be big. It's a youth seminar against hate, including Ukrainians, Russians, and Azeri. So nice. So let's say I'm with my feet since many years in reality, and that also I've been in many of these kind of meetings, also high-level EU meetings, OECD meetings. Interesting, but I'm also, if I have to say honestly, I'm also not happy with what is happening in Europe and what is happening with social media. I can also still see the situation before social media, and there's lots of dangers, and it's not going better. I'm very happy that everybody is working on this topic and we do our best. And I also question myself, this work, if it's racism, getting better? No, it's not. But yeah, I describe maybe racism as a cancer, and you have to fight it, and if it disappears, it comes back in another way. And social media is not helping us, the narratives, the algorithms. We moved our network secretariat to Budapest for financial reasons. Interesting, because that is not an easy country to be at the moment. And in the Netherlands we decided, because I'm Dutch, I have an office, I do this work for a long time, and I should retire in 4 years. I don't know if I do, but at least I have a chance. I thought, okay, let's continue with one of the biggest campaigns we did since '92. We keep track of the refugee and migrant deaths caused by Europe's border policy. This list has grown to 53,000 documented deaths. Of course, many more we never heard about. To show you, I just got the book, the German book. It's in German, the whole translation of our English list. I mean, it hurts. I'm proud to present it, and I'm also sad to present it. This is the 3rd edition already, and every edition is growing. And then you would say, okay, what does this have to do with artificial intelligence? And in my opinion, there is no vision, political vision in migration. There's a growing hate in society, and a lot of that is caused by social media, by populist politicians that have a platform. They call refugees a wave, a tsunami, a problem, and this echoes on the internet, and it's very hard to counter and to fight. Who of you is on Twitter, X? Yeah, I would suggest you close the account. Honestly, I'm very pissed this week because Mr. Musk tweeted or retweeted critical tweets about rescue and ships on the Mediterranean, suggesting that the German state should stop funding those boats, and also suggesting that, I say it in my own words, that people should vote for the populist right-wing AfD in Germany to make sure that we stop rescuing people. In the refugee movement this week, there's huge discussions that, in fact, he's calling for murder. And so my link with this topic is, can you be on a platform where the boss is more and more giving own extreme right-wing, he doesn't know what he's speaking about, probably, opinions, and then we trust their algorithms and the narratives they promote? No, I think that's, I don't know, for me it's new, I never thought about it, because this is for me a big thing. If the owner of a company starts to be clearly, I won't say supporting refugees to die, but at least not helping the case better and giving this kind of image. And that is what we daily have to fight. It is really problematic. Because what we want to campaign is that, first of all, that people know about the fact that so many people die at our borders. Honestly, the last 10 years this is known, but the first 20 years we did a campaign, it wasn't. Honestly, internet helps us a lot in promoting this. But I have a nice example. With our list, apart from making books, there's almost every week an action in Europe by NGOs, like reading all the names, translating the whole list in Spanish and reading it out. It hangs in famous musea, like the Modern Art Museum in New York. And we reach out a lot, which is special. We had 60 pages in The Guardian, incredible for an NGO, and usually you get 3 lines. And many artists work with it. Also now, There's a daily Twitter bot reading a case from our list. There's people on Instagram, Spanish, Portuguese artists that read all the deaths of the last 30 years on a certain day under a video. So that's good, we reach out like this. But there's also other artists, and they are now using artificial intelligence to post fake pictures of dead migrants, because they say we need a face to feel empathy, which is true. And they post every day a fake picture of somebody. So they start, let's say if we have a news that a Congolese refugee died in the Mediterranean, they Google a face from Congo, from the same age or family, and then they change these faces and they publish this with a story under it. I'm not in a position to give permission or not, because art, I gave up. I'm not an artist, I'm not going to influence art. But we have our doubts about it, because in fact we are producing fake news about our campaign. I also understand it, because empathy is important, and it works. So I at least convinced them to put an imprint that this is artificial intelligence, this is a fake thing, and whatever. But it's, yeah, it feels weird to be kind of involved in this. I will try to... Yeah, so for us, what we say is we have hard times to counter the spread of populist disinformation. And this is caused by algorithms. I could see it personally in the COVID time, where I have friends in the Netherlands that are well-thinking, maybe left-wing, and they are were against COVID regulations, and you may, that persons have very different opinions. But through this, they became in Facebook kind of in a right-wing discussion group. They got the right-wing political parties addressing them. So this, because of a certain news, you get other news, and before you know, and I was scared to see that people don't realize that they started to repeat very right-wing populist arguments that wouldn't fit them even, because of this constant algorithm of Facebook to give them similar news. And that's happening, and it's not stopping, and I'm also not sure. I know you work to try to convince Facebook to be careful, but I don't know where it ends. In fact, I also see this in the environmental movement. Economy goes first, and companies are very good in going around legislation. And there are 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. So we have hard things to do. One point is this whole social media is at the moment already very difficult for the atmosphere in Europe. Secondly, what we also should never forget, I've been in many meetings, I've organized many meetings, I've met many people that were really beaten up, even once a conference expert was killed in Russia because of hate, and it comes near. And so we can speak about internet, but we have to keep our feet on the ground. It sounds like we have great regulations. If you are attacked, you can go to the police. That is not in all the countries true. I also speak from, in the European Union already. Difficult if you go maybe in Russia to the police because you're gay and beaten up, it gets worse. So reality in Europe is also not getting better. That gives also, I did a lot of hate crime trainings with the OSCE, the Warsaw-based OSCE you mentioned platform, in Russia, in Ukraine. First of all, 10 years ago, very sad for me, the people we trained, and they were good. In Ukraine, more, let's say, the trainers of trainers. In Russia, more minority youth. I'm afraid the minority youth in Russia, so let's say with Caucasian, Chechen background, are all in Ukraine now with arms. So I didn't reach much. And secondly, the Ukrainians vomit hate on internet about grandfathers in Russia that should die because they sent their grandkids to the front. So it comes near to me. It's very difficult. I think No, okay. One thing maybe that's a way out, which I also don't see happening a lot. I think media education is very important. All young people are online, day and all of the night, even during school. It causes lots of troubles, and I don't think the platforms take a responsibility to train them. There was an interesting discussion this week in the Netherlands about forbidding videos to automatically start and to jump from one video in the next one. Those things I don't hear enough at the moment, but we should really have media education at school so people learn to understand what they see, how it gets to them, what to believe, and to find different sources. And I think now I'm back to AI. This is getting even more complicated. Now you can write whatever you want in AI, and who knows what is true and what not. Okay, I think enough.
Yes, thank you very much. And now, based on these 4 inputs, I should ask a concise question that would pull it together. Thank you very much. No, but I'll start with one to which more of us were nodding and disapproval probably. Let's talk about the, okay. We'll tackle definitely a little bit how DSA influences us in a good way and what it requires for the recommender systems and transparency of algorithms. We'll talk hopefully about it within the 20 minutes that we have. But I want to touch the generative AI that you said that is being used, and yes, it's all about our responsibility. Is it ethics? So let's touch up on this, and we start with
Yeah. Well, as you said at the beginning, AI has been around for a long time, but now we are starting to get interested into it, starting from these new generative models of AI. So, for example, ChatGPT, these kind of models that maybe you might have used recently. When I was mentioning it at the beginning, but I would like to restate it again. I think that instead of ethics, we should start to discuss about responsibility, because responsibility is exactly what puts more the focus on the human decision regarding how these generative models are created, meaning that we should have control. First of all, on the data that are used to create these generative models. Then we should control the inputs and the outputs, so trying to check what is the result. I'm gonna make an example for staying in the field of gender-based violence. Thinking of this generative model, which is deepfake pornography, that I don't know if you heard, but is the new way of harming women, and it's showing us that you don't have to take a picture of yourself naked to now become a victim of this kind of violence. These models are trained with pictures of women, meaning that if you try it with a picture of a man, they don't work. They don't work because 96% then of the victims are women, and they are used, well, we don't know exactly where the data come from, because then also this generative model enters in an environment where we should also discuss the data privacy, data transparency, because they use data that are around in the internet, and oftentimes they could also reproduce faces that could either resemble somebody, or they are able to make a woman naked out of a picture that already exists. What does it mean? This means that if we are not checking where this data come from, we're gonna see many ways of harming people, and not just women. When women are of course, a majority of survivors, but it means that if we don't check this kind of generative AI, we will see it harming more and more people. Well, for example, deepfake porn, starting from February, increased, I think, around 80% of cases. And most of the victims are not just the famous people, are also ordinary women. Here in Spain, there was a case a couple of weeks ago of little girls that were naked by AI, by their classmates. And that was crazy, because over there we don't have like regulations and we don't know what to do, right? It's still seen as a game, oftentimes. But the problem is that if we don't discuss AI and the spread and the rapidity that it has in developing harms, it's going to be problematic, because social changes take more than the way in which AI is evolving. So in my opinion, again, talking about responsibility puts an effort on this, on the necessity that we have to understand that everything is political. Technology is political, AI is political, it's not neutral, it's not just math. It's all about us, and meaning, when we say it's political, it means that we really have to make an effort to influence those processes, because right now we have no voices in that. And it's because we have this myth that only experts can discuss about this kind of topics, so the rest of society is cut out, but it's also a marketing strategy, this idea. No? For example, I don't know if you read recently this, recently, it was a couple of months ago, that these tech giants signed a letter to say that they are worried about where AI is going, that they fear that they're going to take control of our lives. But this is also a strategy, because this is not true. We can control it, we have to control it. But this is exactly what makes people feel far away, more distanciated from that. And it allows then these tech giants to produce more, develop more, and even restate this idea that technology should be used in every aspect of our life, even the political one, which is another myth that maybe we will take later, maybe. But yeah, maybe the question here is, do we always need AI in everything? Maybe later we will look at it.
Me? Okay, I'm very much deeply touched and wounded by what Kat told me. So, one thing I want to say, probably a little bit outside of the topic, I completely agree with you. There is this hierarchy in the society. Well, it has always been. I would also say it's not just political, also economic. I mean, it's capitalism at work, right? I mean, there is always, yeah. So I would say this this hierarchy that, okay, there are tech giants, they only understand. I only understand machine learning, you don't. This thing, how we should be, taking a step towards, I would say, of course, AI knowledge, but you don't have to code or anything. You just have to understand, like, this is, as I said, it's a kid. We are training it. And it's a co-evolution that has already started. And I believe we can't really go back, right? I mean, can we stop internet? Can we? Well, we probably can. Only one thing can, probably natural calamities. And then something will, all the tipping points will happen. And then okay, let's not be too dark, okay. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand, like, the use of AI, where it is. It is within us, how it is being used and abused. So I would always put, like, of course we can talk about AI ethics and everything, but then again, as it is true, I've also put it on the very, on the floor, like, the way, like ChatGPT, for instance, how it really revolutionized many jobs, many companies, like many things that were valued before. It's like over half a year or so, people are like, wow, we have a tool everywhere, we are going to use it, wow, all right. The thing is, the legal procedure, like to put things on regulation, that has let's say, a progression, and then technology has a progression. But we, society, how we integrate, and regulation I would always put, because ethics is, I have a feeling it goes very subjective, and we cannot, it becomes, well, I'm not going to be a Nietzschean here, but I think it becomes very, shady there. So regulation needs to take care, but at the same time, regulation has its own speed of development, let's say. So we eventually, and that's why I would always say, like, media literacy, knowing ourselves, like being, like, more like, as I said again, like vaccinating ourselves, like, okay, what am I watching every day? Like, why am I seeing this? All the algorithmic, I mean, this is like day-to-day use, like all individuals as mass. Right, and also understanding, like, this is not like a, something like, well, they say rocket science, even that is easy to understand, I think. So I believe there is this also, I completely agree with you, that we have to go beyond this, we have to be post-hierarchical, if I want to philosophize it, that technology is something that only few will control. Of course, capitalism is, technology and capitalism has gone big, hand in hand. So we just have to, it's our responsibility in the sense, but also our awareness, I would say. If we want to save ourselves and the generation, yeah, if we all start, I know it sounds utopia, if we all start banning those porn things, right, like we don't want to watch, but then again, or if we try to, it's very difficult because they are already exposed, so kids are always exposed, right? So how we make sure that there is a filtration, for instance. So I think education, literacy, we can take those efforts, right? And then, of course, I also think a top-down, the regulations, government, but they are, well, I can of course say, I can also want to mention about populism, or there was one event, I don't know if someone from Meta is here. So earlier, I was part of also working on an NGO, with an NGO, and in Indian landscape, probably you guys know, or I don't know, there is this right-wing populist government, Hindu nationalistic government. I hope I'll not get killed after this. And then, and Facebook is used quite a lot compared to Twitter. Here, Twitter is used a little bit more. And there was a lot of, there were videos of some chief ministers of some states, calling direct, attack on Muslims and ethnic minorities. And those videos got spread, and then that started spilling over to real world, and a lot of, it's a mess. And then as part of that NGO, we actually told Meta to take down that content, because we, not one time, multiple times, nothing happened. And then once it was taken down, already a lot, because these are they trend, right? And then they already spill so much hatred on the real world, and this is, it's a complex world, right? It's so much non-linear loops happening. It's so difficult to, it's actually, sorry to make it becomes so crazy to think, because you don't know, it's like somewhere, some minister had said something, right? A populist right-wing something, and that started spreading, and then a particular state where there is some minority got attacked, and then you don't know what's going on. Maybe even that minister doesn't know, and then it's so, yeah, sorry to make it a little bit grim, but it is a difficult time, and social media to internet and everything, there is so many moving parts that we can't really predict. It's so, yeah, we can take some steps, and I believe I'm being hopeful that we are, one of the reasons we are here together here, so we can work. My message would be to work together with the platforms, so that because I could also understand that platforms can have a lot of algorithmic problem, but also we also should be looking at hey, of course you want to have capitalist profit maximization, but if it is not sustainable in a few years' time, if you are not there, nobody's there, and if there is then what are we building up? What are we, well, sorry, if it makes sense, I don't know. I just want to make a positive note that I think we can make the world a better place still.
Okay, now I have a question for you, Sarah, then, because as Sanka said, yes, let's not watch this, let's watch something else. Let's learn the AI new tricks. Yeah, let's not create another Norman. The AI that researchers turned into a total psychopath. Is it possible at the moment, Sarah, with the recommender system based on the engagement, and we know that a negative emotion is a stronger emotion than love and kindness. So tell us about the alternatives that you're researching.
Thank you, and I also want to reiterate some of the points that my co-speakers have said, especially about the real offline effects of this, and also responsibility, because I think that is important to note when there's sometimes discussions about citizens versus consumers and the responsibility of platforms here, because I think there's no distinction here. They're consumers and citizens, so platforms should really hold that responsibility. Yeah, I just want to briefly talk to you about bridging systems and bridging-based ranking, using a very concrete example of community nodes on X. For those of you who are still on that platform, you have probably seen them, and this is not like to endorse that this is such a great way of effort in tackling these issues, but that effort was actually launched before the change of leadership there, and back then it was called Birdwatch as a pilot phase only, tested in the US, and it was supposed to be a community-driven approach to help address misleading tweets. And yeah, now it's called Community Notes, and this is, I think, an interesting practical sort of case where bridging-based ranking is used in that system. And I also have to say that much of the academic work and research that is currently being done in that field is being led by Aviv Ovyata and Luke Thorburn. So I want to credit those academics, and I really encourage you to read their paper on that too. So just to briefly describe to you what I mean with bridging-based ranking systems and with regard to community nodes. So users who then signed up for community nodes can identify tweets that they think is misleading or false, and then they can write a note to provide context or additional information. It's a bit like a crowdsourced fact-checking system, and then they also rate the notes by other contributors and in terms of finding it helpful or unhelpful. And then ultimately, rather than majority or popularity or engagement, it is sort of a bridging metric that is being used to decide which node will be shown, and it's that node that has been rated by those users as helpful that have previously in their past rating have tended to disagree. And there are algorithms that are being used and techniques that I don't want to go into detail about the technical stuff here, but the approach basically incorporates this discussion about engagement metrics and trying to adapt or complement the current engagement-based ranking with something that is that can be called as diverse approval as a metric. So bringing in a bit more of that other component that we may have in our other offline discussions, where it's not just about this engagement, but there's also like different diverse opinions and tendencies, and that's trying to bring that into the current practices. And I think the aim is that ultimately there's, with the example of community nodes, that there's a node shown that could actually be accepted by people with very, very diverse opinions or backgrounds or political positions, and that could provide that context for these diverse audiences. And I think, yeah, it's important to note that this is not trying to eliminate any kind of conflict or to promote a specific kind of view, but to have more productive conflict where you can, I guess you can call it, agree on some common ground or agree on a certain contextual information that is ultimately helpful for very diverse users. And there was already some initial feedback collected, but during the pilot phase, where in terms of how useful they find the system, and I think maybe the attractiveness here is that this bridging systems aimed are not sort of provided by one central authority. They usually don't say this is false or true, but trying to provide context, and it's being developed by opening it up to sort of users' views and behavior. And of course, I mean, there are still a lot of open questions and also challenges with trying to adapt that to recommender systems. And I think, I mean, currently one of the concerns could really be with the user base changing on X, given that this is becoming a very different space at the moment. That this can be skewing the rating systems to context, or that ultimately is skewed towards a certain direction, and then that could also lead to lowering the quality of those content that is ultimately being rated as helpful. Also, I mean, there's arguments about that social change or just democratic discussion, of course, also sometimes need destructive conflict, and it's of course then a question of like, when is this kind of approach appropriate, and when may it not be appropriate. So these are things still to be discussed, and I think I encourage you to look into that research that's being done there. It would require some more willingness also from platforms to make that in a collaborative effort with independent researchers to test these and to have to do A/B testing to see this algorithmic system they are using bridging metrics and signals, and this is only using the status quo engagement metrics, and see maybe how does the conversation change online, how do users also do user surveys, how do they have experienced the online environment, how has this impacted maybe their viewpoints and their attitudes, and to develop that approach further, because and also do see the challenges, but at the same time I think it's worth exploring new methods, because the way it's currently being done has not been really scrutinized before it's been employed and used. So it's important to, with new interventions or new changes, there should be scrutiny from the beginning, but it might be worse to not try it because there are too many concerns, given that the current system had not been scrutinized and is in use. So I think having more independent research together with platforms, because you do need to have real-life experiments and real-life tests to see what would be the impact. So there needs to be, a more collaborative environment and a good faith environment, of course, that I hope to see. It does not need to be with X, it can be with any other platform to try to do some more testing there and then make that research publicly available for others to scrutinize again. And I think that might be an interesting approach, and happy to chat later.
Thank you very much. Later on would have to be during the lunch break. I have to say that there were so many questions popping to my mind, how not to abuse this system. I can imagine coordinated efforts of pro-Nazi groups in Slovakia jumping to this community note. So I mean, also, what came to my mind was also like a strong community of trusted flaggers could help. So there are so many things that we can address. And now, before we really need to close the session, I asked my panelists to prepare like one sentence which you can take from them back home. Because many things were said, many interesting ideas. I hope that Luis listened to these very interesting ideas. So one sentence from each.
I can make very long sentences. Okay, I think I made myself clear. I don't really believe in regulation by industry. I don't see politics arranging it, so my sentence is I think there's a role for these kind of platforms to take the lead. The expertise to create partnerships also, maybe also with United, OSCE, Council of Europe, and write down what is needed in legislation. So very concrete, technically and socially, and yeah, publish that as a kind of party program. The migrant movement in the Netherlands is doing that. They write a political party program with everything they need from the migration point of view, and they offer it to the political parties. And I think that would also be a good idea here, because we are full of expertise, and we should use that.
Well, if I had to be very short, since we are running out of time, I would say to make the world better and safer, let's train again our utopia muscle, because we will need new techno-utopias to fight techno-dystopias that now we're seeing. So let's learn from feminism, anti-racism, human rights to create these utopias, because they will be very necessary.
I would end with calling for the implementation of the Digital Services Act being sort of the importance of, highlighting the importance of getting that regulation right, because it will set a lot of global aspirations and standards. And in that effort, I would encourage to really get the data access to independent researchers right, and to include and to acknowledge that there will always need to be normative discussions when we regulate AI, as it's inherently linked.
Very difficult. One word: meditate. Sorry. No, well, I would say it's very difficult to say one sentence. But I would take. No, that's why I don't want to say that much. We are all hungry. I would also, like following her, I would suggest a holistic approach where we work together with the platforms and the government, and like citizens. We make ourselves information resilient, disinformation resilient, and work together, make a more holistic ecosystem, and let's solve the problem together. I would just meditate.
Thank you, everybody. We will have a lunch break now until 2:20, so you will have an hour. And please be back on time, because we have some time-sensitive programs in the afternoon. So please go, and hopefully the food will be great. Hi everybody, welcome back. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. We need to start, so please take your seats as quickly as possible. And let me introduce our second keynote of the day, Arun Mansukhani, who's a psychologist, and he will discuss the mental roots of intolerance and how to keep up with times. Thank you for being here, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to present. I have to thank the members of INACH, and I have to actually thank Sonia Conde. That's the person that hassled me literally hassled me into being here today and talk about this. So we're going to just, I'm going to put forward some ideas about the mental roots of intolerance, what happens from a psychological point of view. Why is intolerance in a way favored by our neural construction, evolutionary construction? And towards the end, probably think a bit about what we can do to counteract this tendency in us, because we have this strong tendency to, to categorize and to differentiate human beings one from another, and therefore we have this tendency to go to intolerance with ease. It's easy for us to be intolerant. It's easier to be intolerant than to be tolerant and accepting of people that are different from us. This is much, much tougher for us. And that's what we're going to try and sort of think about. What's the reason of this? So the first thing we have to think about is that we are really curious species, right? We are strange species. We are capable of the best things and the worst things, all right? So we've got 4 people here. I guess you know nearly all of them, or at least some of them. Yeah. This one down here on the right-hand side, I think everybody knows this person, right? Adolf Hitler. We all know what he did and what happened in the Second World War in Europe. And in a way, he represents the worst part of humanity, the capacity of actually being incredibly intolerant, discriminating, and killing people because they're different, right? And the other section, we've got another person that I think is quite well known, that's Mahatma Gandhi. That would represent exactly the opposite, in a way. The will to actually feel that everybody's part of same humanity, etc. Up here we've got Marie Curie, right? The first woman that won a Nobel Prize. In fact, she won 2 Nobel Prizes. And she, once again, represents the best of our nature. The capacity of thinking, of actually working for the benefit of everybody. And here we've got Nani Dosi, the smiling granny. Somebody may have heard of her. She killed 12 people. Her husbands, 4 of her 5 husbands. She killed 2 of her children, she killed a lot of people, right? So here we've got the people that represent the worst, and then we've got the people that represent the best. And this is really surprising, that we have this huge possibility of behaviors. It's actually unique to the human species, Lions basically eat meat. They eat whatever, deers, pigs, mules. You won't find a lion that all of a sudden says, no, I'm a vegan. I've decided to stop eating pigs and deers because I think, we should understand and empathize with the prey. But on the other hand, you won't find a lion that decides to discriminate against other lions just because they've got dark hair. All right. So this strange behavior, is specific to, at this level, is specific to our species. There's a Danish author that calls us the bipolar ape. The ape that's capable of the best and the worst. Frans de Waal, you may have read something about him. If you've not, you can look up for his books, they're really interesting. And he talks about this characteristic of ours. We can go from one extreme to the other extreme. We can be extremely empathic to levels really surprising. People that give their life for other people. People that give their life for unrelated strangers. And that are really at one extreme of the empathic continuous. And on the other hand, we can have people with an extreme psychopathic behavior. People that are capable of harming other people, of discriminating, of being intolerant, of actually constantly being harmful to other people. All right, so this is what Deval calls makes Deval call us the bipolar A. All right, this strange behavior. So this is what we actually have to think about. You know, why do we have such a wide range of possibilities? And what can help us tilt in one direction or the other direction? The first idea would be to think that there's a percentage of psychopathic people between us, a group of people that has psychopathic traits and that are responsible for the major part of the harm that's taking place. Like Adolf Hitler, no doubt, he was a psychopathic creature, and Nanny Dosi was a psychopathic creature. So we can just calm down, we're not psychopathic, we have nothing to worry about, all right? But this would be probably a wrong assumption, because what we know is that psychopaths, psychopaths are actually very low in general population. All right, the percentage of what we call pure psychopaths ranges, and not all of them are murderers or anything of the sort. People with psychopathic traits ranges from 1%, according to Robert Hare, until 4%. So that's the bracket in which we're moving. 4% is a really low percent. It will not be a very big problem for us. You know, for every 100 people, 4 people would be psychopathic and 96 would not. So I put myself in the non-psychopathic group. I put all of you in the non-psychopathic group, although we have 100 people here, so we know there are at least 4 psychopaths between us, right? We have to try and find out who they are, because they're dangerous people. But we assume that we are all non-psychopaths. Now we say that's not very easy to assume, but we'll assume that so far. And it will be easy for us non-psychopaths to overpower the 4 psychopaths, all right? But this doesn't happen, as we know, all right? Another feature that appears is that as we start going up, we are tremendously hierarchical species. We need, you know, structure and hierarchy. We start working in an NGO and we make a directive committee and presidents and etc. So we need this constantly. And we know that in organizations, as we start going up in the hierarchical ladder, the level of psychopathy increases. We know this for all organizations, although it's much worse in organizations that favor extremely competitive traits. Right? So banks, probably political parties, all sorts of corporations, and probably NGOs. As we start going up, we'll have a higher level of psychopaths, or psychopathic traits. Okay, so this doesn't speak very well of us as a species. It means that although we probably don't have many absolute psychopaths, we do favor psychopathic tendencies, and they're socially rewarded. In some corporations, we can have, in this higher level, in this executive level, we can have up to 25 to 40% of people with quite a few psychopathic traits, what we call adapted psychopaths. Right? Yeah? This is quite familiar. I think if you more or less look at, I don't know what to say to not get into trouble now. Let's say you look at the political figures of, the high political leaders, and you do get the sense that they're capable of doing anything to reach where they want to. So they have this trait of me before everybody. So this is interesting for us. Why do we favor psychopathy as a species, and what does this mean then? And this leads us to the third characteristic that doesn't allow us to separate, easily and simply between psychopaths and non-psychopaths, is that a lot of people with non-psychopathic traits are going to behave as psychopaths if the culture where they're living, the subculture, whatever, of the group they are, favor these traits. Okay? So just certain things have to happen for me to start behaving as a psychopath. And that nearly includes any of us. And I'm not talking of extreme psychopathy. I'm not talking of going out on the street and murdering someone. No. I mean, relating to the other person from an absolute loss of empathy, not connecting with the other person's, with the other person feeling bad or hurt, and actually they are not affecting me, all right? And this is surprising because, you know, empathy in us has two, we can talk of two types of empathy, the cognitive empathy and the emotional empathy. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Emotional empathy is the one that obviously, this is because I'm always late in my speech, I mean to extend, so to not extend. Cognitive empathy has to do with empathizing because I understand, and this is one level of empathy. But we have this emotional empathy, that's more interesting, that doesn't have to do with understanding. It makes me empathize just because I see suffering, okay? So if I now, for example, bring up Sonia Conde up here, that's hassling me to this, and wrap her around in a blanket, and put alcohol around her, and light a match, and she starts burning, we could try this to see the reaction. You could take them, see how they react. Most of you are going to straight away feel empathic. And you don't have to think about it. You don't have to say, hey, she's burning, that must be very painful. Wow, I should go and help. This would be a very cognitive process. Most of you will feel something very strong in your stomach probably. And this is the emotional empathy. So this is a very automatic process that's part of, this would happen to everybody except people that have extreme psychopathic tendencies, that will not twitch, or they would behave as if, and also some extremely avoidant people, that's different, all right? Avoidant people tend to separate themselves from their emotions, but they don't have this lack of empathy. They would probably be able to connect cognitively. So for us it's surprising how such large amount of people can suppress the emotional empathy and actually behave in a psychopathic way towards others. All right? Because we know how the cognitive process takes place. You have information that's contradictory, we'll talk about that a bit. But so what's surprising is how you can see people suffering and yet go on if you don't have the psychopathic tendencies. Or what turns non-psychopaths into psychopaths or potential psychopaths. All right? And there's certain things that have to happen for that to be much easier. All right? One of the first things that probably can start us behaving as psychopaths is if I feel that I am being attacked myself, or I'm going to be harmed in any way. If I get convinced about this, whatever I'm doing is a retaliation to an attack from someone else. I'm defending myself. If I get into this mind state, I can do things I would not do normally, just because I feel that the other person has started, and I'm just retaliating. And what we see is that we don't need a very high level of aggressive behavior from the other part. Just some small things can do this trick. You can see frequently in people that love each other and behaved really nicely with each other for 10, 12, 15 years as a couple, and then one day divorce. You may have come across this situation. And people that previously, you know, for a very long period, were very empathic with each other, would understand the other part, would help the other part, and that basically thought that the other person was a good person, in a very short period, maybe months, can turn completely around and start doing some really horrible and harmful things, sometimes with the kids involved. How do they do this? Because they get convinced that they just start reacting to what the other person does. If you think of many of processes where people as a group start harming other individuals, you see that someone has managed, or somehow, maybe not someone, somehow this trick has been done, where I start feeling that actually I'm retaliating. And once I'm retaliating, anything is okay. Anything is correct. Even the worst behavior can become the best behavior. Yes? I'll give you a very small example. If someone tells you that a few days back, I went and hit someone in the head with an iron bar, you probably will think that I'm quite a psychopathic creature, and that's something really wrong, and no matter what happened, you should not go and hit someone with an iron bar. But if they tell you that I was in my house with my 2 young daughters, and someone broke in at night, in the silence of the night, and I managed to get a bar, and when the guy came in, I hit him on the head, I'll turn from a psychopath to a hero. I also didn't become a really good father, a father that's put himself in danger. So see how the same behavior can be seen in two completely different ways. In one, where we think it's a very wrong behavior, and in the other case where we think it's a fantastic, heroic behavior. So this is how we manage for people to turn from more empathic variables to psychopathic variables, at least one of them. How can this happen, you know? It's just puzzling. How can we have this huge range? And this has to be with, this has to do with us being extremely social creatures. You know, we're the most social creatures on the planet. You'll have to believe this. If anyone doesn't believe it, I'll give you some data later on, but that will not make it too long. We are the most social primate in the planet. We create the biggest number of groups, and we have this natural inclination and this natural need to form social relationships and to form intimate relationship with other people. All right? This is a basic need in all of us, and it's given us a lot of evolutionary advantages. All right? So, as you know, we are at the top of the food scale, or I don't know how you say that in English. Food scale, yeah? Food chain, better. So we are the top at the apex of the food chain, and we are the only super-predator that actually is not strong at all. We are very weak. We don't have we don't have long teeth. We don't have jaws. We don't have anything. So how have we managed to be such a successful species? If you compare us to lions, for example, they're much stronger than us, and we are 8,000 million individuals in the world right now, going towards 10 in no time, and we've got about 25,000 lions in the whole world. So we're much more successful than them. And many of them in zoos created by us, by the way. Or chimpanzees are much stronger than us. We've got about 250,000 chimpanzees in the world, that's it. So we are actually an extremely successful species. I probably will go to the ruin because of it, go to the dogs because of being so successful. But what has made us so successful is being so extremely social and being able to collaborate with each other. So we have this tendency to collaborate with each other that probably comes from our weakness. And this is an idea not by me, but by a young author. You may have read about him, Charles Darwin. Maybe someone's heard about him. And he said, in Descent of Man, that an animal that was strong, would have probably not needed to become as social as us. We had to become social to defend ourselves in groups. And that's where our strength comes from. So our strength comes from our dependency, from our capacity of cooperation. In other words, from our empathy. All right, so this is fantastic. Then where does psychopathy come into? And this is an idea by anthropologist Arun that says, okay, we have this tendency, and because we became so strong as a group, we actually don't have any predators. There's no animal above us. But that made us our worst predators. So we actually cooperate to compete with other groups of humans. All right, so this would give us both the tendencies. The capacity of being empathic toward the ones we consider our own, and being indifferent or cruel or directly psychopathic towards the people we label and consider not our own, not of our class. Okay? In fact, if you go back to Hitler, you may know that Hitler was vegetarian. He didn't smoke alcohol. He was extremely loving with animals. In fact, he wanted to defend animal rights. He was, it seems, at least not extremely psychopathic with the people around him, or the movies of Eva Braun. So he was a person capable of being very empathic, although tremendously psychopathic at other levels. By the way, Winston Churchill was an alcoholic, smoked daily, was a meat eater, thought that animals didn't deserve rights. So things get complicated when you start looking at each of them. But this gives us this double standard we can see that comes up. Capacity of being empathic with the people I consider my own, and being psychopathic with people I don't consider my own. And this is, in a way, it's hardwired in our brain. And our brain has certain ways of processing information that make us look at the world from this point of view. This was success, evolutionary, from an evolutionary perspective, was successful. So our brain hardwired in this direction. And we have this way of processing information that we call dichotomous thinking, is that, and what this says is that we don't like to think in shades of gray. Thinking in shades of gray is not very helpful from an evolutionary perspective. We like to think in black and white. We tend to take everything to one extreme or the other. All right? Do I like it? Don't I like it? Is it nice? Is it bad? We've just remade our kitchen at my home. and I'm suffering my partner, my wife, doesn't have dichotomous thinking, and I'm really suffering a lot. Like, we'll see 10 tables, and she'll see something good in each of them. Well, I'll see all these are bad, that's good, you know. So sometimes dichotomous thinking probably is helpful, because I'm really having a tough time with deciding every simple thing. You can't use this against her. There's some people that know, right? Because this will go against me. So you've got this dichotomous thinking that's hardwired in our brain, and one of the forms of this dichotomous thinking, probably the most important one, has to do with this classification we do constantly, in group and out group, constantly. Real Madrid, Barcelona, all right? Right, left. What do we want? If you start thinking, you'll see the amount of times we divide things into great blocks and make these double groups. And this represents our need for belonging. Because as I said, we are extremely social species that needs intimate relationships and need social relationships. We need to belong, all right? When we need to belong means we need an in-group. And an in-group never exists without an out-group, all right? Each need the other one to exist. So this becomes a strong feature of our brain, so strong that we tend to use it in nearly every aspect. We were just talking about politics now a few minutes back, and it's very clear that this happens, for example, in politics. People tend to go to one extreme or the other. And that in itself is a problem, because we are eliminating all the shades of grey. We're going to one extreme or the other. But we know something else. Once you belong to the out group, probably I can do things to you that would not be correct at all if I did that to someone from my in group. And we can take this to quite an extreme position. So we have this situation where people will need to have an in-group. To have an in-group, you have to have an out-group. And sometimes an out-group can be just one kid. Okay? But we define ourselves against this kid that's not the member of this group. You know, if all of us were members of the group, there's no group actually. It's just all of us. All right? So once we create this distinction, and it's really easy, we start, we know, and all of this is backed by investigation, I'm not included to not make it long, we start attributing positive traits to the in-group, and obviously negative traits to everybody that's in the out-group, all right? We start exaggerating the differences, so looking at what actually differentiates us, and not looking at the amount of things that brings us together, makes us closer. We tend to see ourselves, or our group, as the normal group, the moderate group. We, in a way, establish the norm around ourselves. So everything that goes away from us becomes extreme. Right? If you talk from a political point of view, nearly nobody thinks that he's on the extreme. Nearly everybody considers the other party to be an extremist. All right? And as we said before, very frequently everybody will talk in terms of retaliating. No, they did this, or they started doing this, and I had to. So I'm always on this defensive position. We see much more diversity in us. I can see the differences, the subtle differences. So if someone tells me that someone from my party, political party, for example, did something wrong, I'll see that that's that person, but this doesn't contaminate the rest of us. While we tend to see the other part, the out group, as very homogeneous. So even if someone does something wrong, the whole group is like that. They are all like that, all right? And we have many more of these. These are just a few of them. And this leads us to what Lee Ross, you may know him probably, called the fundamental attribution error. That's an error in which, apart from all of this, we attribute any negative trait in us, we tend to attribute it to circumstance, and any negative trait in other people, especially with someone from the out group, we tend to attribute it to characteristics, personality characteristics of this person. Yeah? Small example. If I, don't respect a stop sign, driving a car, and they stop me and ask me why did I do it, I'll probably say, I saw it too late. Sorry, I was rushing and I didn't realize. They've just put it. So I'll give a lot of explanations that don't have to do with me. But if I'm trying to cross and someone, jumps over a stop sign, I won't say, probably didn't see it. He probably was a bit tired. I'll say, hey, these guys, each day, they do things worse, they don't respect anything, and straight away attribute it to personality traits. That's the fundamental attribution error that, as Lee Ross stated, makes us think that other people do bad things because they are mad, or because they are ill, they're sick. These are the three most frequent attributions. And we do this constantly. Maybe we won't say that a person is sick, but we will try and indicate that he has a certain level of ignorance that doesn't allow the person to actually take right decisions, right? Once we do all this, we end up categorizing the other person, and normally we categorize, we don't like grace, with a single word. So we put the whole group and, fit in a very few characteristics that are negative, that are very generalizable, and this makes us turn the other, we create a stereotype around the other person. And this will make us turn the other person into an object. That's the essential part of me being able to do anything, because an object is not something I have to worry about his or her feelings, right? And and this again is surprising, like how can we turn people into objects? How can that happen? Well, we know we have two ways of processing in the brain that depend on two different networks, plus one that has to do with processing objects, and another that has to do with processing subjects, right? People. This is so important, it's so social, it's so important for us. That's one of the first things we do when we come up against any stimuli. It's so strong that if you look at the stimuli of the left, you can see, I think nearly all of you see faces, right? You can clearly see faces. That tree, like if you're in the middle of the woods and you see that tree, you probably embrace the tree. Because it seems like, I don't know, someone from a family or something. So this has to do with this capacity of ours of detecting faces and attributing whatever's in front of me to be a subject. All right? So this tells us that we can turn objects into subjects and treat them as subjects. This happens constantly. Like if I have a sweater of my father and my father passed away, that sweater is not an object actually. It represents the subject. Or what in psychology we call transitional objects, that are kids that get attached to whatever, the blanket. They start treating that blanket as if it was a person, right? My younger daughter at some time insisted that we put a plate of food for her blanket, because how would the blanket live on if she couldn't eat? So you can see how much we have this capacity of turning objects into subjects, and we have the opposite capacity too, right? When we push people into the out group, an extreme version of this is to start thinking of the other people as if they are not subjects, or infrahuman in a way, someone that doesn't have the same rights as me, okay? And this is what will allow me to do a lot of things that I would not do if I didn't get through this process. Once we do that, we stigmatize the person, and this will lead to a stereotype. That's the more cognitive dimension. That's attributing all these negative aspects, but also to prejudice that has to do more with the emotional aspect. Probably the emotions we're most worried about are hate, fear, and above all, disgust. Okay? Disgust is a very strong feeling, and when you start feeling disgust towards another human being, you literally can do nearly anything with that person. If you think of the moments in history where there have been great genocides, very frequently disgust was involved in it. Like when I thought about the other group, I felt disgusted about things they were doing, or things in their behavior, or things I thought I wasn't their behavior. So that's the emotional part we're most probably worried about. And this obviously takes us to avoidance initially, but even to discriminative behavior. This is the more behavioral aspect. And at the same time, we know that the person that's being treated in this way, that's being stereotyped, has this self-stigma. The person interiorizes the view of the people around him and starts attributing himself or herself part of these negative aspects that other people are actually, putting up on them. All right, so how do we get into all this? How can we try and start solving all this? All right, that's not my part, that's your part. So actually from now on, you can take it on and then tell me how we start solving all of this. Following Nicolas Rodriguez, this is a psychiatrist from Chile, he's a friend of mine. And he's been doing studies in the last years about how to change the stigmatized perception of groups over individuals. And they've studied, doing meta-analysis, three great groups of strategies that have to do with mobilization and social protest, that have to do with information and education, a more cognitive approach, or basically cognitive, and things that have to do with contact and social interaction. And they have a lot of investigation about this, that's quite interesting, in which they found that mobilization and social protest is very good, probably, for reducing self-stigma. When we have groups that have been stigmatized and that have been, in a way, excluded from the social arena, for them to be able to come back and express themselves and show themselves is really good for them. But we will see that a small group of people, this helps them to actually come close to these groups, while you have a group that probably has this backlash effect. All right? So we know this happens. We know that when certain groups that have been pushed away come and start appearing, sometimes in the mainstream population, a group of people will become even more extreme against them. Okay? So this is interesting to think about. Then we've got information and education. And what do we find in this? We find that general information is not very useful. Information obviously has to be very specific, directed to specific groups, and if possible, it has to be long-term strategies. All right? Short-term strategies are not going to function, and we know why, because partly people have a lot of cognitive biases that defend themselves. We have this natural tendency to just let information that confirms our previous theories to come in and discard any information that actually makes me question what I previously think. So just information probably won't reach the groups we want it to reach. If we have these more long-term interventions that take into account more affective processes, then probably you can, manage certain change, but not just from the information point of view. And the last is contact and social interaction. And this is seen to be the most useful in changing stereotypes. So when people actually start coming in contact with other people and start realizing that they're not objects that I can simply describe by 3 words, this possibly is the most interesting effect, or where we get more interesting changes. So probably we have to start thinking in these terms, how to help these situations of direct contact to take place. Right? And that's it. I think on time. First time in my life, probably. And I guess we can have questions later on. I don't know if you have questions now, or how's the organization? Or maybe there are no questions, because probably this is not a time for questions, just after lunch. Yeah. So we stop it here. Here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, for this great presentation. And now we will start setting up for our final panel discussion. And in the meantime, I'm going to introduce the panelists and the moderator. So we will have a panel discussion on innovative initiatives and success stories, which I guess we all need to cheer ourselves up a bit. So we will have Jordan Ironhouse from Dare to Be Great, George Weiss from the Humanitarian Tools Foundation, Teresa Barros-Bailey, a manager at Moonshot, and Xavier Brandao, co-founder and director of Jesuisla, and Tomer Aldubi from our Israeli member will be moderating the panel. So please welcome all of them.
Okay, thank you. So we have about 1 hour of the panel, that's why I have my phone here next to me, so we will be on time, because then we have a very important declaration of the important prize. And so thank you very much for introducing the panel. I was really trying very hard to know the names of the NGO and of the people. So you saved lots of energy for me. But now I know how to pronounce the name of the NGOs. So we are going to start with about 5-6 minutes of presentation of each and one of the speakers, and then we are going to open this for you to asking some questions from the audience and also questions that I prepared in advance. We are not going to talk about 1 to 4% of the society like it was just now about that. It was very interesting, but now we're going hopefully to talk about some creative stories and something to give you some inspiration and some positive success stories. I wanted to ask 2 questions before we start. Are you part of any NGO or a company? Do you work for an NGO or do you work for a company? You can just raise your hands. Okay. And for the others who didn't raise their hands, or for anyone else, do you have any dream or any initiative, any idea to establish an NGO or a company in your future? Okay, some people. So this is what we're going to hear today about establishing an NGO and success stories and how we can really make it successful and continue with the years. So the floor is yours. We will start with your presentation. Yeah? I think, does it need a mic when it's like over there? I think you have the mic. Yeah, I think that's the only one. That's the only mic. So is that with this? You have to stand in there. Do you want me to change the slides for you? That's okay.
I think I made it work, thank you. So, good afternoon. My name is Jordi Nijnhuis, and I am the co-founder and current director of Dare to be Grey. And actually what we do is we try to prevent black and white thinking. So I'm very happy that I don't have to do the introduction anymore, because in the keynote we touched upon everything I wanted to discuss. With that, my presentation is over now. So, we work in the field, and let's see if I can move to the next one. And now I could use some help, thank you. I'll just keep on chatting. So we work in the field of preventing and countering polarization, disinformation, hate speech, radicalization. Very much on the primary level of interventions. So it's about awareness raising, media literacy, but also campaigning. And thank you, yeah, that works. So just press next. It's not showing it here. Yeah. That's okay. And basically our mission is twofold. So we like to raise awareness about these topics to a general audience, often data informed. So we use big data, we use machine learning, we use AI, all that nice stuff. To shed some light on the online dynamics of all these issues. And next to that, we like to create a safe space or a space for constructive dialogues when it comes to sensitive topics in society. So, and these work in tandem, right? So we use data to get informed information, and then we use persuasive storytelling to create communities where people want to engage constructively about these topics. And I wanted to highlight 2 of the interventions we have run in the past 4 years. They were both European Commission funded, one of which was Project Grey. And in this project we trained youth workers, social workers and social media campaigners on our methodology. We used big data for the first time to understand the topics that are prevalent online. And then we ran a campaign aiming for behavioral change. And we wanted people to have more meaningful, constructive conversations. And in the end also treat society and each other in a more, nuanced way. So our campaign was very much about different values. Values as empathy, values as embracing nuance, embracing diversity, not just physical diversity, but also diversity in thought. that it's okay to doubt, that it's okay to be curious, and that not everything is as black and white as the internet sometimes portrays it to be. And we didn't have a huge sample size, but we tried to measure behavioral change on an offline level as well. So we were curious if people became a member of this community and they identified as being gray or embraced the middle ground of society, would they also treat offline conversations, human conversations, face-to-face conversations differently? And there were some indicators that people would do that. So actually, after being confronted with an online campaign, after having many online conversations about these topics as well, in the end, they treated people differently offline. So after that, we tooled that up, we built it up, we made it bigger, and we worked with TextGame. Lydia just left the room, but make sure to catch her, to do analysis in all official EU languages, and then build campaigns based on that, but also a community of practice. So we wanted to tap into the minds of great people like yours, but also transfer that knowledge to a wider audience. And in the end, we had loads of cases, people who analyzed online landscape of hate in different EU languages, and then we at Dare to Be Grey were responsible for communicating that to wider audiences, and again with the same methodology. So awareness raising, but also looking for behavioral change. Here are some examples. So the one on the top right is a bit more researchy, but very relevant for people who were in the farmers' protests in the Netherlands. And then we would use targeted advertisements to make sure we reach those audiences. The one on the top left is our very famous and popular podcast series, and we're actually recording some episodes somewhere in the corner down there, where we try to collect insider knowledge from a community like this one and bring it to a wider audience. And we had some fun with the inoculation theory, gamification of all this knowledge and getting young audiences to engage with these topics in a more playful manner. And what for us really works is focusing on persuasive storytelling, crafting emotional stories, but also having some fun with these topics. Because sometimes all this knowledge stays in rooms like this, and for us it's always a waste. So we want to do something useful with it. I think that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, hi, I'm George Weiss. My organization is called Radio La Benevolencia. We are based in the Netherlands, and what we do is entertainment education. So I'm very glad I come after the keynote and after Jordi, because in the keynote you heard we tend to be black and white. Jordi is for being gray. And we actually also, what we try to do is embed psychological vocabulary of propaganda, of incitement techniques, of triggers to propaganda in audiences by using entertainment products. And I'll just start going through this thing. So our background is, our basis is 20 years of research in countries that have experienced genocide, like Rwanda, Burundi, and Congo right now, but also before in Bosnia, and also we work with psychologists that compare the triggers to perpetration that happened in the different genocides of the 20th century. And so what we have in Rwanda is, for 20 years running, we have a soap opera that actually uses so-called cold topics. It's a question between two villages that attack each other, and we run the different stages of the psychology that makes them attack one another over and over again. and we had some impact over there. Definitely, we had impact studies that proved that media can influence a society. Our dream altogether is to create resilience in society by creating large-scale educational programs that don't look like education, but actually place messaging in entertainment products that the audience likes. So one of the things is we target usually people that are between 18 and 35 years old. Our EU-financed project was a video game project where we put our psychological messaging that was proven through the campaigns in Africa. We put it into a video game, but we did not mark our video game as a serious game because we believe the target audience, in essence, does not want to be educated, and therefore we developed a prototype of a massive online battle arena game, a very politically incorrect game that avoids preaching to the converted, and we measured how it overcomes reactants in the target audience. So I'll just show you a very quick animation of the kind of messaging we put into that we embed in the soap operas. This is taken from a TV program, infotainment program that we did in Rwanda. So let's just see whether this works. How this one? Yes, it's pushed. There is no sound. That's not correct. That's not correct.
Scientific. Scientific evidence of the mass killings and genocides of the 20th century reveals all these seemingly incomprehensible conflicts follow a strikingly simple pattern. Difficult life conditions make people insecure. In search for security, scientific individuals seek comfort in the genocides of the 20th century. The group looks for deliverance of their problem. Unhealed wounds of the past lead them to scapegoat another group. Those who are the loudest in scapegoating another group often become the group's leaders. The leader creates a vision of a better life and presents the other group as the main obstacle to its fulfillment. The scapegoat is devalued more and more, leading to acts of violence. Hurting others make people feel bad or morally wrong. To feel better, they justify their actions by changing their moral ethics. The more witnesses to all this remain passive, the more the perpetrators are affirmed to follow the pattern. Hostility and violence increase. If war breaks out on top of this, it may lead to genocide. To counteract this continuum of destruction, trauma must be healed, as unhealed wounds create danger of the repetition of violence. Scientific evidence. To counteract this continuum of destruction, trauma must be healed, as unhealed wounds.
Hello? Can somebody fix the sound? Can somebody fix the sound, please? Because you played it double. Go back to the way it was before. Maybe somebody can call the sound person and tells the sound people. Okay, we'll try. So, okay, this was basic messaging, which resembles a little bit to what you heard before, but basically it is also focusing on what is happening to a mass of people when they become insecure and when they then try and act against it. And it is a very simplified messaging that we showed you here. In reality, we have 36 messages that goes into great detail. We have the opportunity to do that when we have a soap opera that's running for 20 years and that is repeating this kind of continuum for a long time. This messaging was not only put in soap operas, we have 3 soap operas running in the meantime and 11 different infotainment programs running in the Great Lakes, but we also put it into a massive online battle arena video game, which is a template for different platforms where we believe one should put this messaging. And so I'll just play you the first scene of that video game.
Energy crisis enters its 13th month.
Still double. Somebody has to fix the sound. This is really not only should put this. Sorry about that. And so I'll just play you the first scene. So. Can you please fix the sound? And they are playing it double, and that's not okay.
En cabina.
¿Qué tendría que hacer? A lo mejor no está bien enchufado en ese.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
And is likely why older crime is on the increase again this year.
I guess you're getting the gist of it. It's really too bad that we have these problems. Okay, so let's go. Thank you. Gracias. No, from the beginning. Right. Maybe go back one step. Take one step back.
No, it's like,
I'm really sorry. We tried to fix this before the presentation, and it worked there. Okay, here. No, from the beginning.
The devastating acronite energy crisis enters its 13th month today. A growing number of Etonorians ask themselves, why is this happening? Several hospitals have closed due to the ongoing failure.
Okay, and here is somebody attacking somebody in the shadows. This thing is about to break. In this planet where this game is taking place, the energy has started to fail people. And here's our hero, Fesp. He's taking care of his grandfather. His grandfather is dying. And everything is horrible in this planet. And the grandfather says, I don't know, I wish much more for you. I'm telling you this because the sound is not working. And the sister of our hero talks to our hero and says, we can't go on much longer. And in that moment, oh, he says, I wanted something.
Oh, we have this chaos and fear.
Grandfather says, I don't know, I don't know how can help this because the sound is not working.
Find a way to...
And here's Governor Quillen, a popular leader who is telling them the energy is failing, and because of that, I am reinstating the gladiatorial games that are in that planet. And they say, oh, really? Oh, and they're watching him, and then suddenly this thing falls on top of them, and their grandfather is dead, and they are all really, really sorry and devastated, and they don't know what to do. And so Fesp, our hero, says, you know what? I am going to participate in the games that are there to please the gods. And the games, and his sister gives him a nice medallion for luck. And this is the first scene that is happening in that game. And Fesp is going to join the team of gladiators, which is composed of two minorities in that on that planet. This is the arena they're going to play in, and then they're going to start engaging in deadly games. And in order to engage in those games, they're going to go through different scenes. They're called cutscenes in this kind of game. And they're going to score points, and they're going to discover that just killing the other side is not enough. They're not solving the problem of the planet. And in order to solve the problem of the planet, they have to work together to restore the energy. And together with that game, when you're doing entertainment education, what is happening is that you hear a message, but it's not enough to just hear the message. You need to actually turn it into practice. And so we trained a group of 15 so-called active bystanders, people that are gamers, and that were looking for vulnerable people in game-adjacent platforms. And they learn techniques from groups that are so-called exit groups, groups that are working with people who want to get out of extremist cycles, and they learn techniques of how to address them. And they spoke to them under the guise of being marketeers for the game that we instituted. And yeah, here you have the modus operandi of doing them. They invited people for a test, they started an activity, and they observed and engaged, and were trying to off-ramp people to exit workers. The project lasted for 2 years. It wasn't long enough, and we did not have a lot of off-ramping happening, but we saw that actually we can train people, and they can courageously interact with people when they have such a product to work for, really. And what we did in order to evaluate impact, we did 2 kinds of evaluations. Both of them were controlled evaluations and randomized evaluations. One was a psychosocial randomized online survey in 3 countries with 480 subjects, and the other one was a neuroscience. That means we measured the conflict people had when doing pro-social actions after playing our game for 5 hours. And and there, in our game, as we compared our game to the control game, in our game definitely less collective angst was shown. People did not agree always with I feel anxious about the future. And there were less violent intentions than in the control group, at least among the people that had those intentions beforehand. We sorted them out in the evaluation. And in terms of conspiracy beliefs, definitely the people that played our game showed less conspiracy beliefs at that moment, and less violent intentions than people that played the control game that we made them play. In the neuroscience evaluation, well, okay, I'm not going to bore you with a lot of details. They had definitely less conflict. We made them believe that they are being attacked by a minority group member, actually irritated by a minority group member, and they showed less irritations when compared to the control group. And in the future, we would like to develop this prototype further in many different kinds of games. In the end, we would like to do modifications of the most popular games that exist in the area, and also convince game producers that they don't lose their entertainment value when they make pro-social messaging if they do it in the way we did that in our game. And yeah, and that's basically it. I think that my time is way out, so I think I really want to hand to Teresa. Yes.
Thank you very much. No, the first one.
All right, thank you so much. Don't worry, I don't have any videos. Although I see all of my panelists got the dress code of a blue shirt, and except for Jordy, sorry. It's blue adjacent, we'll say. Hi everyone, it's really nice to speak to all of you today. My name is Teresa, I am from Moonshot. In the interest of time, I'll kind of keep my presentation a little bit short. For those of you who do not know Moonshot, we're a social impact organization working out of Dublin, DC, and London. And we are working for a variety of clients, from other NGOs to governments, working with tech companies to develop innovative methodologies and technologies in order to fight online harms. So traditionally that has largely been violent extremism, but we have also expanded to other online harms such as disinformation, human trafficking, etc. We, like I said, work with and for a lot of people. And our projects occur all over the world, so we work in a variety of different languages. Our insights and tools are able to cover a large range of platforms, both more mainstream and niche platforms. And our approach is grounded in ethics. It is rooted in evidence, so it is influenced not by assumptions of what the at-risk audience look like, but actual evidence gathered by our insights data of their behavior and who that audience is. And it's grounded in a human rights approach, so funded primarily by the belief that anyone can change. Anyone who is involved in these groups should have an opportunity to disengage from them, and that ultimately any of us had maybe 2 or 3 things in our lives that were very different, could have also gone down the road to violence and radicalization, and so, yeah, funded by that belief that people should be given the opportunity to change. Our online violence prevention fundamentally comes from these 3 steps, so understanding our audiences that we're trying to reach with our online campaigns, and building the evidence base of which platforms they're operating on, what they are engaging with, what kind of influencers they might be watching, what kind of information they're searching for about different conspiracy theories or violent extremist ideologies. Developing intervention models to turn people away from violence, who are meeting them where they're at online, and then doing that sustainably. So working with partners, upskilling them, and being able to support violence prevention for audiences which they might not usually work with, so at-risk individuals ascribing to violent extremist ideologies, for example, and yeah, working to build their capacity so that the work can continue beyond us. So our work kind of comes on 4 pillars. So we have our insights work, which is basically using our proprietary tools and technologies to gather the evidence base through which our campaigns are based on. We have our digital campaigns, which meet people online where they are searching for violent extremist content or other online harms. And then we have our interventions work, whereby we seek to redirect people away from the content they're trying to engage with, and to support offered by local psychosocial prevention, support services, or other local services. And then we also have the capacity building, so working with organizations who, like I said before, maybe don't traditionally work with an at-risk audience, and upskilling them in their ability to do so. So that might be being able to offer psychosocial support to that audience, or develop content for that audience, working with comedians, for example, to be able to kind of work with them to be able to develop comedic content designed to counter CVE, or to counter violent extremism. We've heard a couple of my other panelists were talking about their work being based in primary prevention. We take a public health approach to violence prevention, so with the thought that if we treat the vulnerabilities and grievances that lead people down the pathway to violence, then that is an effective method in steering people away from violence. Our work primarily delves into the secondary and tertiary forms of violence prevention, so working with people who have already indicated risk or who have potentially already perpetrated violence. How do we do that? So this is kind of goes into the examples I'll be talking about today. So our redirect method campaigns, this is an example of the kind of campaigns we run. So it's primarily the kind of work I do is on the online interventions model that we have, so connecting people who are, like I said, engaging with violent extremists or other forms of online harms on different platforms with support networks in their area. So this is an example of a dedicated campaign that we had in the run-up to the US elections. We set up a national campaign that was connected with the 24/7 hotline through crisis text line that redirected audiences who were engaging with white supremacy, with violent conspiracy theories, and who were interested in armed group recruitment. And we redirected them through that campaign. So if someone Googled, how do I prepare for the race war, how do I join the Oath Keepers, or something like that during this time period, they would have been shown one of our ads. This one's on YouTube, so maybe they were watching a video that was about that topic. They would have seen one of our ads. Our different messaging strategies kind of appeal to different, they have different appeals. So this one was an emotional appeal, kind of trying to appeal to the underlying emotions that someone in this audience might have. They would have seen one of our ads, and then they would have, if they had clicked, moved to a website where they had the opportunity to engage the intervention. So in this case, it was texting friend and getting a response from crisis text line. During that time, we had over 120 high-risk individuals engaged in text message services, 10 required suicide de-escalation or active rescue during that time. So that's kind of how our model works with online interventions. We also had a model that we had in Canada for over a year. We had intervention campaigns in Ontario and Quebec, working with two partners who had a history of working with people who are at risk of engaging in violent far-right ideologies or incel ideology. And we were connecting people who were searching for this content on Google, on YouTube, to our service providers in their respective areas. In that campaign, we had 22 self-referrals. We saw a spike in referrals around contentious events. This was happening during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw a huge spike in referrals during the winter months, especially when people were more socially isolated, and around contentious events such as like COVID-19 restrictions in Canada and the protests that happen around them. I want to say our campaigns, they're a big ask. So we're asking people who are not looking for support, who are actually looking for violent extremist content or other online harms, to click on our ad in the first place, and then we're asking them to come to our website, to stay engaged with our website, and then actually to self-refer to a provider. And so that's a really big ask. Our user journey is really designed to make that as smooth as possible, to make sure that people, when they land on the page, they know that they are in a safe place, a non-judgmental space, and that any concerns they may have about privacy and security are really answered up front. We do the same with our bystander campaigns, so working to redirect people who might be concerned about someone they love, a peer, a loved one, a colleague who they think might be moving down the pathway to violence, providing support for those bystanders. We do the same. A lot of bystander concerns that have prevented people from coming forward in the past have largely been around confidentiality and security. So worrying that maybe by speaking to someone, by bringing it up, they might lead to their loved one or colleague, being referred to law enforcement. And so our user journeys are really designed with those kind of hesitations in mind, and trying to make that a smooth journey for anyone who might have really legitimate big concerns about what self-referral might look like. So we had 22 self-referrals in this first iteration. We had 4 individuals who were actively engaged in long-term care. And that care was delivered both virtually and offline, so over text message, over web chat, things like that. And that gave individuals, especially those who were at risk, who were worried about security and anonymity, a way to reach out in a way that kind of they were able to stay anonymous, like through web chat, for example. They could give their name or an alias, and it just kind of made it so people were, smooth the wheels a little bit for people who were nervous about reaching out. When I look at success in this model, a really big success story comes from an update that we had from one of our intervention partners in March earlier this year. So of the 4 individuals that had actively engaged in long-term care, they let us know that a kind of a story from one of those clients. This client was struggling with incel ideology. They had self-identified as an incel. They had been admitted to the program. They admitted they had had impulsive thoughts of both suicide and then also conducting a vehicular attack. Through engaging in the program and through kind of long-term care, these violent thoughts, which had continued for over 6 months, started to abate, and they started to be able to reintegrate into society. So they're now applying to the workforce. They no longer are struggling with these violent thoughts, and they have hope for the future. So this is a big success story from kind of my work that I always like to think about, that if nothing else, there's definitely hope for the future. I think there's a lot of hope in all the stories that I'm hearing today and on my panel. And yeah, there's a lot of hope in all of these models. That's it from me.
So I don't have a slideshow presentation, fortunately, so it's going to be easier, technically easier. I'll try to make it short. So talking about Je suis là, so I'm the co-founder and director of Je suis là, hashtag Je suis là, which means I am here in French. So we are a counter-speech initiative. We are a group, a collective of activists against online hate and disinformation. And what we do is we go directly to the comment sections and we answer to hate by putting comments ourselves. So it's as compared to maybe previous initiatives where there's a technical component. We are not very technical. We are very grassroots. Oh, sorry, the sound is up and down. So we are very originally grassroots, and the goal is to really empower communities, start a community, manage a community, and empower it, and empower people to answer to hate. So everyone can do something, and everyone has this power or this knowledge to be able to contribute positively to the democratic debate online. So we started back in 2019. The goal was to basically do something because it was horrible. We were at a Facebook workshop, and that wasn't very, it was kind of productive, but not thanks to Facebook. So we were like, okay, we need to start something grassroots and see where this is going. So rather than developing material, rather than sharing, ideas, it was really to take the matters into our own hands. So we started a Facebook group. Facebook is the place where there's political debate, where there's discussion about democracy. So this is where we wanted to be, and it's prevalent everywhere in the world. We started this group, and we copied the method of I Am Here International. So I don't know if you heard about I Am Here. It's a large network. Now it's in 18 countries, 15 groups. It started in Sweden. It's called Jag är här in Swedish. It was started by Mina Denert, a Swedish journalist, back in 2016. And soon enough, it spread in other countries. And in France, we were like, bingo, this is what we want to do. We have to start a French group or a French-speaking group because people online related to the language. So we had some people, people from Switzerland, we had some people from Quebec, so that was great. So we started this group. Soon enough, the media was talking about it. They called us the Love Army or the Care Bears of the internet, so that was very funny. And we said, okay, we are not only gonna write positive comments, be always nice, well, be nice, but not always. We can be critical, we can be relevant, we don't have to be always, I would say that yeah, can you hear me? So we don't have always to be right at the middle, but we can have different opinions. Do we have a better microphone maybe? No, not sure. Okay, so maybe I will shout at some point. So yeah, we can have different opinion. We can have, we don't have to vote for the same person. We have to debate and discuss respectfully. So we started these actions, every day we go on social media, or maybe, can you hear me if I speak without the microphone? Maybe it's better, right? Yeah. So yeah, we started to go on social media and do these actions, what we call the action commune in French, like collective actions. So every day, 2-3 times a day, usually, in average, we go on comment section on the Facebook page of a media, and we try to be visible. We put comments, we put this hashtag Je suis là. In the other countries, in I am here, it's the same. They put the I am here hashtag. And so we try to gain visibility. We like each other's comments, and we like comments we find also positive. We try to support people we don't know. We don't have to remain ourselves. But it's really trying to be to be constructive, try to be supportive, empathetic, try to be benevolent, but it's not always easy to be benevolent. At least we are respectful. Sometimes it's very annoying, but so these are our guidelines. And liking each other's the comments go on top on Facebook, so we gain visibility. So up till now, we started in 2019 with the collective. It's going to be 4 years, something like this, soon, and we think we have done like more than 4,500 actions. We have been seen by possibly millions of people. We have put more than 100,000 comments.
The battery of the mic has run off. They told me to wrap another one.
Yeah. I'm using my personal microphone. So yeah, the goal was really to just be visible. And yeah, so gain visibility and try to talk. I mean, we are trying to talk to haters. We are trying to also to talk to not really to trolls, but to people who can want to become extremists. So there is always hope, and I'm really happy to hear about the experience of Moonshot, which is really like this is the kind of thing we see also in discussions. Sometimes people that are extremists, they think twice. Sometimes they soften a bit. So it happens. But our main target is really the silent, what we call the silent majorities. Like most of the people are on internet, but they do not produce content, they do not comment, but they read. So you're going to write something on the internet, it's going to be read, and it's going to be read by a lot of people, and it's going to have an influence. So this is communication. This plays a role. This has an influence, and we need to do it because
it's working now.
Oh, super. Because we are going to be able to counter hate speech. So I'm seeing almost 7 minutes. So basically the lessons, it's been 4 years. The success story, maybe, I don't know if it's a success story, but at least we're still running. It's not easy for the groups in some contexts, in some countries, for example, Eastern Europe or Slovakia at the moment, it's a bit tough. Poland, it's a bit tough. But it's not easy, but we keep running. We have other groups also that exist, so we need more of this kind of initiatives. We need really many, many more. Everyone can write a comment every time, so it's a kind of guerrilla, it has to happen at all times. And the last thing I wanted to say is that it should not remove the responsibility of platforms, because we are seeing clearly every day that the platforms are not doing enough. They need to be regulated. We are super happy we did advocacy also, so we have an NGO, we do also other activities on the side. The DSA is a super opportunity we need to regulate, and I don't think the platforms are going to change if they are not coerced, so there's going to need to be sanctions. Hopefully soon enough the DSA is going to be the great tool to, yeah, it's an ecosystem we need to create, so we are part of the ecosystem, but it shouldn't rely on the civil society shoulders only. States and platforms have a role to play. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for the speakers. I think it's the best time now to open for questions from the audience. I think it's maybe we can concentrate for the last 20 minutes of the panel. Hopefully this is going to work for the last 20 minutes of the panel. But yeah, I see the first question over there. Yeah? Is it a question? You're raising your hand? Yes, please. But can you maybe...
There was an extra micro. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask a colleague from the States, when you have put in the presentation that you are working with 23 referrals, independent referrals, can you explain a little bit more? Thank you.
Maybe you can also repeat briefly the question because the audience.
Yes, thank you for the question. The question was about when I said that we have 22 self-referrals in our presentation, what does that mean? So that means we had 22 people who were referred to our partner websites through our campaigns and who actually then referred themselves to our partner for support. So people who are engaging with violent extremists, it could be incel, or it could be far-right ideologies online, who are redirected to the campaign, through the campaign to the website, and then asked the partners for support. So not everyone who refers themselves is given support. I think that we have different. Some of those self-referrals might not be in scope, but from there we had about 4 people who were engaged in long-term care. I think also a lot of times people might refer themselves but then not follow up. So it might be they saw this ad and then were referred to this website, and then they in a moment of bravery referred themselves, and then the service provider followed up, and then they decided not to continue in service. So that's what that means. Thank you.
But they are they receive any specific training or?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the partners in this model, they're already experienced in working with individuals who are at risk of engaging in violent extremism, but in this model, they hadn't delivered those interventions online before, so we did work with them to give them training on how to do that online. So, for example, how to deliver intervention services over web chat, over text, what are the different considerations, kind of emoji use, whether to adopt the kind of communication style and grammar of the person who's texting you. So yes, so we did upskill them in that form, although they were already familiar with the audience. We do also work with service providers who maybe work with adjacent populations, like they maybe do gang violence prevention, but they've never actually worked with people who engage in violent extremist ideologies, but they have they just have very adjacent skills that are very familiar to the new audience, and they can work with, for example, violent white supremacists who are involved in skinhead gangs, things like that. So we do also upskill people, organizations who aren't used to working with the at-risk audience. Thank you.
Another question? Yes, please.
Hi. First of all, thank you so much. I think it's really great to hear the success stories and to stay hopeful, because oftentimes when we work with illegal and they're harmful content, I think get frustrated very easily. I have a question for Jordan, because you mentioned that you had a social media campaign for 1.5 years to increase the rate of change. So I just wanted to know if this was intended as a longitudinal study. So you tested the behavioral change at a certain point and at a different point in time again.
Good question, thank you. Yeah, let me try to repeat it. So the question was about whether we also measured impact on a longer term and also in different phases. So no, unfortunately not. But next time, if I were to run a similar campaign, I would definitely put that in the proposal, because that's how you really measure change, right? What we did is we got an independent evaluator going in, and they did focus groups, surveys, and one-on-one interviews, often 3 months after people were exposed to the campaign. So we tried to measure long-term impact, but it's not that we could measure it years later. And especially with privacy rules and regulations, it's very tricky to pull that off in Europe, unfortunately. So it was a smaller sample size, it was not over a long period of time, but I'm very hopeful and optimistic about the impact, because it shows that through positive storytelling, you can change people's minds. For me, that's already a success. But yeah, I would love to see it on a larger scale with longer term measurements. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, since it's positive storytelling, Jordan has positive storytelling and entertainment education methodologies, and positive storytelling is basically very similar. So we have long-term evaluations because we have a 20-year running soap opera going, and then we evaluate them every 3 years, really, basically, in terms of impact. And so first of all, you have you measure the size of your audience anyway, so the audience is very large. It's about 80% of the country's media audience. If you manage that, then basically, if you do preventive storytelling, yes, and not counter storytelling, that's another difference that one has to make. Yes, if you go out there and you try and debate things beforehand, then definitely it has been. We can send you our evaluations, basically, if that's what you're interested in. But basically, there is definitely people have absolutely reduced their belief in outgrouping of the other group. That is probably the most important, that they stop believing in an ideology of outgrouping, and they also reduce blind respect for authority, which is a great thing actually in that matter. Those two things, and then you have attenuating examples, which are the percentage of people who are ready to intermarry between two ethnicities that have been fighting each other, things like that. But I think we have to stop that, and you can have our evaluations. We can send them to you.
You had an excellent question, so we have another one that wants to answer your question.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's a crucial element, the impact, like trying to measure impact. It's it's difficult for us as counter speakers or people who do citizen action online. It's difficult to know how many people saw our comments. Like, I'm talking to journalists or people who are doing the companies that are doing the moderation for media or to the platforms, but no one has this data or is willing to share it. Yeah, we don't know how many people see comments, how much they have an effect. So it's extremely difficult to have a quantitative analysis and to have quantitative data. There is a study that was absolutely great that was done by a university in the US on counter speech on Twitter. Like, there was a group called Reconquista Germanica, a far-right group that was countered by Reconquista Internet, another group of counter speakers, and they were able to measure how much it diminished hate speech. So that was really that was efficient, and that was measurable quantitatively. But most of the time it's qualitative. We have people talking to us and saying, "Oh, I saw your message. It's great. It makes me more courageous to go online. Or since I'm part of this group, I feel like I can share my views and I'm not silenced." So it plays a role also for freedom of speech. But it's absolutely crucial that we get more data. We need researchers to see the impact of this kind of campaigns of counter speech online, and we need access to data by platforms. I mean, they shut down access to researchers. This is a huge problem. So there needs to be APIs. There needs to be a possibility to scrape data because otherwise we are in the dark, and probably the situation is much worse than we know. On Twitter, on everywhere basically, but so yeah, we need crucially data.
Thank you. I just added quickly one note. I agree that maybe today Twitter is maybe one of the worst, especially regarding anti-Semitism. This is maybe our side, but Twitter is also the easiest way to scrape and to search content using API, using some technical AI companies. The next one they're going to talk about it. So we also need to remember that also. About social media platforms. Any other question from someone from the audience? Do you have any question to one of the panelists? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, first, thank you all for the presentation. I have a question for George Weiss. Maybe it's more... Thank you very much. It's not working.
It's not for walking, just it's to do like this. It's walking. Okay. If you believe it's walking. Yeah, it's just
It's cumulative.
It's okay, I think you're right.
Just use your...
Yeah, we can hear you actually.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. So my question is a little bit more critical because I'm not sure if I understood everything right. But, so is it right that you kind of experimented in Africa with people that were victims? Thank you. I don't know from where to start now, but maybe I'll start from the beginning. So my question is for George Wise, and it's a critical question because I wanted to know if it's like true that you actually experimented in Africa with people or victims that were traumatized from genocide in order to receive data to work on this project. I just want to know more about your work there and what exactly you did. So I just understand.
Yeah, so, well, no, our work is research-based insofar that we first of all research our target audience's attitudes, their knowledge, their attitude, and how they and what they do. But our intervention there was not in order to experiment. Our intervention there, our psychologists were called in by the Rwandan government during the time of reconciliation trials that were happening all over Rwanda. 14,000 trials with 110,000 judges where people were called upon to say they ended up with 1.5 million perpetrators out of a population of 5 million adults. So in Rwanda you have a population that is totally intertwined with the perpetrators, and you have also a government, a hardline government, that is quite identified with the victims. So there was a lot of fear of re-traumatization during this reconciliation phase, and we came in there in order to calm the population down by explaining that perpetrators we can all be perpetrators. These were not monsters that were landing in their midst. And if the right psychological, and so that's why we used psychological research by a psychologist called Erwin Staub and his associate Laurie Perlman. They published widely about the parallels between 5 different genocides that happened during the 20th century, and we embedded that knowledge into our entertainment vehicle, which is a soap opera, which is still running today. And that means it was repeating the continuum of violence, our basic vocabulary about how fear triggers scapegoating, it triggers in-grouping, scapegoating, harming perpetrators, etc. And how you, as a single person, can have responsibility and agency to do little actions to stop the deterioration of your group when you see it happening. It's a prevention work, and it is not a countering work. It's really important to understand that. Similarly, also, in all our interventions, we really believe that you have to cast a very wide net, that you cannot ignore the political circumstances in which we all are, which are polarizing all of us in one way or another, and that this polarization in reality prevents cohesive action, for example, to counteract climate change, and that we need to have large campaigns, ever larger campaigns, to really convince a large audience of that. So we were not experimenting with the people in Rwanda, but it's a very good thing that you ask such a critical question. Thank you. I hope you can also ask me afterwards. I'm just taking too long time answering.
Yes, of course, you can also ask the panelists, the speakers that are going to be here later on. I would like to sum up by saying, first of all, thank you very much for all the speakers and the panelists here today. And if you wish to share the presentation with the audience, of course, you can do it also later in the videos that we did not have the right to hear. With sound, if you have sound on your computer. So I would just like to sum up very quickly and by sharing my personal opinion. This is related to the word hope, that when I talk with young adults and students, and this is usually my job as part of the NGO, I tell them to be active. And this is what I think all of us here, we are telling for you to be more active, to report content, to monitor content, to create positive information, positive content, positive comments, like hashtags, like other videos and etc. and campaigns on social media platforms. My personal opinion is that social media platforms are not necessarily our enemy. the enemy are the users, the anti-Semite people, the racist people, the people that want to share hate. And together with the social media platform, hopefully we can do much better. We can critique, we can change the policy, we can enjoy the DSA, etc. But maybe we can also work together with you to promote some hope and to make a greater change. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Next up will be the Row and Suze Award. And we will have a video from Jolie Vander, please.
So yes, I think and I hope that maybe all of you met with Ronald and Suzette. Ronald and Suzette were with Jugendschutt, in fact, as founders of Magenta, were those two organizations who did create INACH. So if we are here today, it's thanks to them. They were amazing fighters against cyber hate, and we miss them. And Magenta had a great idea to create this award that is given now every year during the annual conference. It's going to be a little weird this year because you will see that the awardee cannot be here even if he wanted to be with you. Everything will be explained. Myself, I would have to leave you before the end of the award, so our general manager will take care of rewarding personally the award. So again, thank you for coming, and now let's have a great ceremony. It will start with Jolie. Jolie is one member of the board of Magenta, so one of the two organizations who did create INACH, and then you will have Alexander, that you know, who had the privilege to win the prize last year, and finally the awardee. And I don't know if you know who is the awardee, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say anything. Anyway, okay. So the sound doesn't work always, but image is working. So enjoy, and see you very soon, and congratulations also for all we heard about the initiatives. It was absolutely fascinating.
Exemplify the INACH slogan of bringing the online in line with human rights. Okay, a little bit about the background of the Row and Suze Magenta Award. 2 years ago, we lost one of to exemplify the INACH slogan of bringing the online in line with human rights. Okay. after his passing, his wife initiated. Okay, a little bit about the background of the Royal and Sus Magenta Award. 2 years ago, we lost Ronald Eisens. He was one of the founders of INACH. And after his passing, his wife initiated. Okay, a little bit about the background of the Royal and Sus Magenta Award. 2 years ago, we lost Ronald Eisens. He was one of the founders of INACH. And after his passing,
Tenía eco por esto, porque estaba aquí.
Estaba en segundo plano y todo.
Vale.
Ahora pongo el vídeo, ¿no? O ya me lo saco.
Pero es que no sé qué es lo
El vídeo me lo dijo.
Now? The video is now. Okay. So, sí. Pero desde el principio.
Royal and Sus Magenta Award. Okay, a little bit about the background of the Royal and Sus Magenta Award. 2 years ago, we lost Ronald Eisens. He was one of the founders of INACH. And after his passing, his wife initiated an award in his name. And she wanted it to be an award to exemplify the INACH slogan of bringing the online in line with human rights. But soon it became clear that Suzette herself could not live long enough to present the first award in 2021. So we asked her if she would give us permission to include her name in the award too, and reluctantly she agreed. Since then, since Suzette's passing, the jury has the challenging task to choose one organization from all the organizations worldwide who are working so hard, day by day, to make internet a better place. We have seen wonderful work done by all of you, projects that give us hope for the future, like the implementation of AI to combat anti-Semitism. One organization, however, finds itself in a perplexing situation. While we all know that our concept of democracy has many of its origins in Greece, and while we know that the ancient Greek playwrights, Sophocles, Aeschylus, warned about the abuse of power and the lack of humanity, it seems as if the inheritors of this great culture, the Greeks themselves, have forsaken the wisdom that once gave birth to democracy and human rights. The dire situation of Panayiotis Dimitras and the Greek Helsinki Monitor would have perplexed Ronald and Suzette. It would have made them very sad and angry. And I'm sure that they would have done everything in their power to change this situation. So let us all stand firmly with Panayiotis in this critical period. Dear Panayiotis, thank you for your achievements. Thank you for your dedication and your commitment protecting human rights, both online and offline, for more than 30 years. Thank you very much.
Now we will have Alexander logging in. And he will say a couple of words about Panayiotis and his work. Yeah, I think the people say a couple of words about Panayiotis and his work.
But then he won't be able to hear.
Can you hear us, Panayote? Yeah. Okay. Now we can hear us.
Okay, can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah, and you can hear us too, right?
Yes.
Great, great. We were waiting for Alexander to log in, but we cannot see him. So I don't know what happened there. Okay. So do we have a video? Okay. Yeah. Panayote, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sorry about all this. We tried to play a video from Alexander, presenting the award, but the video just won't load for some reason. But we already saw the video of Jolie introducing the award and introducing you a bit. Since Philippe sadly had to leave to catch his plane, I have the honor to present you with the Ronald and Suzette Award. We are very, very happy to present you this award, and maybe if you want to say a couple of words, we would be very, very happy to hear those words.
Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you because this award has a special value to me because of the two names. Two people who, ages ago, I think it was before 2000, first got me into trying to fight racism online. At the time it was just Magenda and I Care. And then at some crucial point, they allowed this almost occasional activity to become permanent by inviting the Helsinki Monitor to join INACH and its projects, through which in the last 2 or 3 years we have had more success to effectively silence hate than in everything else we've done in the 30 years of our organization. As it has been introduced, it has not been an easy way because although we are in Greece, sometimes we feel that we are somewhere between Hungary and Russia in terms of the way the authorities treat people who deal with issues that they do not want to be dealt with. But we are here and will continue to be here. I'm sure that it's a shame for the country that it will be known that I would not be able to come in Spain to get an award because I was not allowed to travel. That's reminiscent more of the Soviet Union than of an EU democracy. But there it is. So thanks to all of you, and especially to you, Thomas, because you've been the leader behind all our efforts to work with INACH, including sometimes putting me back in place when I exaggerate in all directions, which is what I usually do. So thanks, and thanks to the audience, and thanks to everyone.
Thank you. Here is the award, so you can see it a bit too. We will get this to you as soon as we can. And now I guess we will try to solve the video issue, hopefully if we can. But if not, thanks for being here, and we are very, very happy, that you received this award. And we really hope to see you as soon as possible, next year the latest. Thank you. Bye, Panayote. Bye.
Bye.
Maybe the Lisa in Torash, you could maybe say why the keynote is not with us right now and what the situation is, or people
Yes, so Panayote, as you've heard, he's the director of our Greek member, and for the past year or so, he has been under tremendous attack by the Greek state due to his work with refugees in Greece. He has been accused of human trafficking and embezzlement, and basically, having a travel ban put on him, and some of his bank accounts being frozen. So it has been a very terrible attack on human rights work and NGO work in Greece, and we just really hope that at the end justice will prevail, and then he will be cleared of all charges as he should be. Yeah. And now if we cannot solve the video issue, then I think we will upload it somewhere and then share it with everybody from Alexander. And then we arrived at our next networking event. So you can go downstairs again, you will find the booths there, and we will close the conference afterwards downstairs. Thank you.